That's a lot of people.
It's not the most I've done. The most I've done is 10. That is interesting to say the least. In fact, actually, I've got 4 people who said they'd be playing on the schedule, and of those, one of them isn't here, so potentially they may or may not turn up, but they never actually responded on the Discords or anything, so we'll see what happens. So, anyway, let's change the stream. There we go. So, welcome one and all to another Savage Saturday. This time we find ourselves in wet and windy England. Actually, looking out the window, and the weather I'd say here is quite scary. So, yes, welcome to Saxfordshire. As those who are experts in geography and interested in English counties and stuff, you would know that Saxfordshire is easy to find on most maps of England. Basically, as it says, where did I put it? Saxfordshire introduction. So, welcome to England. Yeah. So, where are we? The county of Saxfordshire. It's a large county in the north of London and south of Scotland. It has a wide variety of geological features. In the north of the county are the South Pennines. The east of the county has beaches on the North Sea, and the western part of the county is forested by Saxford Forest, nearly as famous as Sherwood Forest. And some claim that Robin Hood actually claimed Saxford Forest as part of his kingdom. The south part is built up, and the county town of Saxford is found here. Saxford University has a history dating back as far as Oxford and Cambridge, and it's considered the third of the great 3 universities in the UK. Saxfordshire is also renowned for 2 further interesting details. Despite having a greater concentration of mobile phone masts per square mile than any other county in England, it is still purported to have the worst coverage in Europe. And Saxfordshire has more stone circles and standing stones than any other county in England. They also boast 2 chalk giants, 1 chalk horse, and it claims to be the only chalk dragon in the country. So, as you can see, it's got a lot of history and all sorts of stuff like that, and it's a very popular tourist destination. And once again, you are an interesting collection of individuals come from all walks of life, and due to, with one minor exception, an interesting quirk of fate, all born on the 29th of February. Your character, I dread to think, actually, I probably forgot to update your character ages. I always have to forget sometimes. I always manage to forget. So all born on the 29th of February, as I say, except for one exception. And for some reason, whether no one's ever been able to work it out, but due to these strange occurrences that seem to occur when more than 3 or 4 of the 29ers get together, the 29ers is what the press has dubbed you, because you always seem to be around when there's stories to tell afterwards. It's usually the case that people have said they've been saved by you, or they saw you nearby, and so you are an interesting. So whenever the 29ers get together, the press do seem interested. So, also, that does mean that you have got some bit of a following, and you have gained a reputation here and there. And despite many of you having now got all sorts of interesting and possibly lucrative side deals here and there, and possibly even having alternative means of income, or not, depending on your individual characters. I'm looking at Marlowe there; he probably doesn't have any online presence at all. Some of you may well have got to the point where you've got your own media followings and everything else, but every so often, well, it exactly depends on your character background, but every so often, now what does tend to happen, like has happened this last week, you do find yourselves sometimes getting invites and requests for help. And in this I'll click notes instead of story there. In this case, this is what's happened. And so basically speaking, a couple of 2 or 3 days back, each of you had been contacted by Lord Kelvin Linden. He's the owner of Linden Hall, a large estate in the on the edge of Saxford Forest area, really. The Linden family had been lords of the manor and all that, and owned Linden Hall going back to 1066, and it is one of the hang on a second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one of the 7 great families of Saxfordshire. the other ones, the other main families, sort of have historical things in Saxfordshire. The Ackers, the Garricks, the Marlowes, the Sydneys, the Unwins, and one more which I can't remember, but it's one of the character backgrounds. I'm sure I can't remember. Oh yes, the Laxtons. I knew that was one more. The Laxtons don't have as important history. They've sort of grown to prominence post World War II with the new money, as these other families call them. Whereas the others can trace their histories back much further over the centuries.
Money.
Yeah, exactly. Over the century, these days the Laxtons probably offer money to most of the other families, but over the centuries, here and there, different families have vied and different sides taken in different wars and histories. But anyway, that's by the by. At the moment, Lord Kelvin Linden is, as I say, is sort of the Linden family seems to be. Since World War II, in fact, the Linden family sort of been the prominent family of Saxfordshire. Basically, public service and all that, House of Lords and all that for quite a period of time. Some of Linden's, Lord, one of his descent, he's descended from, the Saxons member of Parliament and stuff like that. It's all been all stuff like that. But he requested your presence, and you've been on. You all came down, and he's put you up in a very atmospheric old inn called the Black Rose Inn on the estates on his lands. It itself's got lots of interesting history. It is rumoured to be haunted, and there's all sorts of interesting tales that go on about it. Some of the legends again of Robin Hood do hail back to this area. The Black Rose Inn isn't quite that old, but other people do claim that it was one of the haunts of Dick Turpin when he was riding up and down the country, doing his adventures and all that. But again, obviously, it's like everything else. It's probably just to gay the tourists. But anyway, as I say, you've been a guest of Lord Linden and investigating some strange goings on in the forest, in his forested lands, where animals were found to be sort of turning up in states of strange mutilation and everything else. But you were wondering whether or not it was really anything too worrying, because Byron hasn't shown up. So normally if Byron turns up, you're really in trouble. But Byron didn't feel the need to be around this time. So and in fact, in the end, it looks like it was just a bunch of kids just basically just very twisted individuals doing some stuff, or at least that seems to be the current state of affairs. But Lyndon's thanked you for his help, and you find yourselves spending one last night in the Black Rose Inn, and it's as I say, it's quite a quaint little tavern. It's quite a quaint little inn. It's got its sort of own. The downstairs also doubles up as a tavern, and they very much try to keep this whole atmosphere of the sort of period atmosphere and the sort of the medieval look of it, because as I say, it's
the Twisted Kids. They were all sort of late teens, early 20s, 2 boys, 2 girls, and they had a pet dog. Yeah.
I do not know. Actually, that's quite a scary thought. Possibly, who knows?
Is that a reference to the famous 5?
Well, they ride around in a VW van with flowers on the side.
Oh. Gotcha.
But yeah,
lighten up in here.
So we'll put you down in the bar and area. Obviously, you have this. I've just noticed. I can't see where there's a door to the outside. Oh, there it is.
Are there any potted plants in this room?
I'm sure there probably are somewhere. In this day and age, you wouldn't get away with not having potted plants, would you?
Looks to me like the entire room is made out of dead plants.
Well, yeah, which is going to make Kyra real happy. She's going to sit over here in a corner.
So I'm going to unlock the token, sorry.
Near a potted plant and a window. Because this is, got walls. This place sucks.
Indeed. And he's going to turn up as hostile. Why is it whenever you add someone to the combat tracker, they always show up as hostile? I've never worked that one out.
Usually they're bad guys.
possibly. It's just to add someone to the maps, you've got to put them on the combat tracker these days, haven't you? You can't. Well, you know what I mean. You can't just voice things. So the Black Rose Inn or Tavern. It seems the names do seem to vary. The current owner is a Cecil Downing. He's a perfectly likable chap. Quite happy. He's quite muscular, but it's obviously he's obviously had an interesting past that he doesn't seem to talk about. But he's quite large. He's about 6.5 feet tall. He's probably about he probably was once very muscular, but obviously he's as he's got older, found it harder to keep up with the exercise and everything else. So it's obviously started to turn to a bit more flabbiness rather than muscle. But he's an amiable host. He currently finds himself sitting behind the bar area. I couldn't find her. Actually, I've just noticed. Yeah, the bar area also will have to double up as a kitchen, because obviously this is obviously a modern tavern, but they're definitely keeping the look of the old one. And as I say, it's a quite pleasant night, and really, it's just time to relax and sort of before you think about turning in for the night, really, I suppose. But if there's any particular questions or about your characters or any, I know your characters know each other, but your players.
Have we eaten?
I'm sure you could certainly order. I was going to say, actually, your characters know each other, but obviously as players you might not. So I think now, as you're sitting down and getting ready for some good hot food and good local prices and all of that, we shall have some character introductions, and we'll go, as I always do, from left to right, which in this case means we get to start with Mr. John Marlowe.
John is your average gentleman. He looks very plain overall. There's really only two things that you kind of notice about him overall. The first is that he spends a lot of time kind of muttering to himself, like he's taking mental notes. And the second is that he's always got a suspicious look on his face. He's suspicious of everything. He's suspicious of the dust settling on the table, kind of thing. Otherwise, he's fairly friendly. And he tries to kind of keep his past to himself for the most part.
Well, thank you very much. That brings us to Reg.
John is a solidly built man, an ex-police officer for the firearms unit. He left the force due to a technicality that let a serial killer go loose. Since then, he's been retired from the force, and he's just turned to hard drink. He always has your back. The catch is he can terrify, sometimes resort to violence, all too easily to get the job done.
Ray.
Ray is a countryman. He doesn't like crowds, and he keeps himself to himself. But he's also very curious, and and that sometimes gets the better of him. He's also doesn't lose his rag in combat, or in any situation. He's always calm, even when he's knocking your teeth out.
Thank you, Patrick.
Patrick's a mostly smiling and open, blonde-haired, blue-eyed American. He's known for a TV series that was syndicated in the States and worldwide, both as a TV psychic and also debunking psychics and magic and such like. Quite why he isn't filming anymore, he's never really gone into too many details on, but there are rumours that he assisted the police in an investigation, and that kind of went a little bit wrong. He's now touring the UK, doing a one-man show. He's probably the only member in the group that can outdo Javier in terms of having decent suits on. In fact, he's nearly always impeccably dressed in a three-piece suit, and he's ordered the hunter's chicken and a local sparkling elderflower wine for his meal this evening.
Kira.
Kira's kind of a slender, girl, not so much shy as reticent. She doesn't seem to enjoy being indoors. She seems happiest outdoors. Party members have noted that she'll even talk to houseplants. Something about her that just isn't quite add up, but she seems to be a member of the party more for her ability as a medic than any fighting skill, right? At least not when anybody's around. And when she gets really excited or emotional or upset, anybody paying close attention might notice that her eyes actually start to glow the same and enhance the green they already are.
Kyra, I wouldn't describe you as reticent. I think I'd describe you as fey.
Interesting. Javier.
Javier is quite mannered. He is rich and he's flashy about his money. And he's also very loud about everything. If you've adventured with him before, you know that he also can be very ruthless. Sometimes taking it a little bit too far with the ultra violence, and but he's also a very competent martial artist as well. And he has ordered he went up to the barkeep and asked very loudly for the best scotch that he has, and had rejected several bottles before he came up with one that he decided to drink.
And last but no means least, we get to Craig. Who, if you're saying anything, we can't hear you.
Danny-O.
Sorry, I forgot this was supposed to talk. Craig's an ex-firefighter. His battalion was in a large refinery. Fighting a fire where some gas tanks blew up, and he was the only survivor. He was a long time in recovery and lost total loss of hearing in his left ear. During his rehab, he was always physically fit, and his rehab going out and running, he discovered his left parkour. That's his escape where he goes out and runs, jumps around on things to clear his mind.
Well, thank you very much. As I say, Cecil, depending how you want to pronounce it, he's been perfectly amiable, making sure everyone's got everything they wanted. He's served the food to everyone, and he's basically just keeping it, manning his time on the bar, just waiting for you all to go to bed. He's been quite good in the regards to the sort of licensing hours, as you're the only people staying at the. Actually, that's not strictly true. There is apparently another family, but they're not always around. So as 90% of the people who are staying at his establishment right now, using up all but one of the rooms, and obviously the fact that Lord Lyndon's paying the bill, he's very much a case of the bar stays open till the last of you go to bed type thing. Has been the case in a couple of nights, I suspect, with a couple of the characters, but maybe not. Who knows? So as I say,
oh, we're in England, not Louisiana.
This is what you people call a lock-in, isn't it, Ray?
It would be, but he doesn't even have, because it's on because the whole estate's on private land. He doesn't even have to worry about that.
Actually, if it's on private land, there are no licensing laws that cover it.
Exactly. But it is and isn't, if that makes sense. It depends on how it depends on.
Is it a public house? Is the question.
It is a public house, so it would be a lock-in, but it's on private land, and obviously. You know what I mean? It's one of those. Basically, and also at the end of the day, the Lindens currently be the influential family, or the ones who probably pay the bill, the wages of the local coppers anyway.
Yeah, the cops aren't going to mess with the landed gentry.
Plus, nobody actually has the courage to tell Reg to stop drinking.
So, basically, it will be a quite uneventful evening, obviously, until everyone finally decides they want to go to bed. But I just really want it's really down to how pissed people want to get before they go to bed, which could have influences later or not. It's up to you guys.
I was drinking tea.
Sorry.
I was drinking mint tea. She doesn't consume alcohol.
That's absolutely fine. Patrick will have a couple of glasses of this delightful sparkling elderflower that Craig has made. That Cecil has made himself with his hunter's chicken, and is going to ask for a recommendation for a dessert.
Ooh, that's a good one, isn't it? Well, actually, they do recommend. Actually, yeah, no, you're being American, all that. He does recommend the local speciality. It is an interesting dish, and he does explain it to you. But although you do find the name most unusual, and that's spotted dick.
It's a cake.
It's a cake.
It is.
I'll give it a try.
Sultanas, isn't it? It's a while since I've had it. Yeah, baked pudding made with suet and dried fruit, usually currants or raisins. Haven't had it in ages. With custard. The custard is made locally. In fact, it's made on one of the Linden farms nearby, from a breed of cow actually known as the Linden Black.
So it's not bird's custard from a duck.
No. This is probably freshly made custard. But as I say, it is a
custard. Next thing you know, you'll be telling us to eat fish fingers.
Doctor Who.
As I say, it is a quite relaxing and quiet evening, which makes a change for some of your characters, and and basically the evening will pass pleasantly and uneventfully, and eventually, I hope, the characters will go to bed.
Ray's going to go to his room.
Javier's going to have a glass, and he'll limit it to that.
That's absolutely fine.
But he did buy the whole bottle, so he will take it to the room.
Exactly.
Do we have any rooms available with balconies where she can open the doors for the night?
I'm sure. Yes, you were put in the suite as the only. You were put in the suite. Yes, which I suspect certain other people may have been a bit knocked by, because you got the biggest room, but it's the only one with a balcony. The others just have to make do with opening windows. It's quite impressive. The balcony overlooks it overlooks the entire estate at the back here.
About what time of night is it?
I've been nursing this long enough. It's time for me to.
You map with us?
There isn't an upstairs map. We don't really need it. As I say,
In the bedrooms.
exactly. Yeah. We're not having any incidents upstairs. There should be nothing to worry about.
Is it late at night or still evening?
It's probably about 11 o'clock, half 11 at this point.
Yeah, this is a PG-13 production. Nothing happens in the bedroom.
No,
Fade
I'm just
black.
wondering if I
Literally, when you go upstairs.
running around the estate, getting my workouts tonight before I drop into bed.
No. You probably have done that earlier. This is obviously, you've done all that. You've obviously, you've probably all retired to your rooms and obviously freshened up and done exercises. You came upstairs to spend an evening of socialising together, and then obviously
Head off to bed then.
head off to bed. We'll just leave Reg downstairs, see what time he finally goes to bed.
Could be asleep sitting in his chair for all we know.
Yeah, well, Reg is going to take both these bottles to his room.
No worries.
Breakfast and supper. Yeah.
Well, as I say, it's been an unusual time. It's been made a change, nothing life threatening. No, everything's been quite calm, and And eventually, all of you nod off to sleep. Some of you are less concerned about being in the countryside than and others. Some of you will be actually happy for once to be sort of out in the middle of nowhere, so that basically once all the lights go off in the Black Rose Inn, there is not a light to be seen anywhere, and you can actually see the stars and everything else. It makes a pleasant change from city life, but. And as I say, the beds are comfy, everything's nice and warm, and soon you all nod off.
You wake up in the morning all dead.
Let's see who's
Wake
a
up
light
in the
sleeper.
Game over.
Let's see who's a light sleeper. Can we have a notice check, please? From everyone. So don't worry if you fail it. It just means you're obviously a good sleeper or a light sleeper. Patrick is obviously a very good sleeper. Whereas Craig and Ray and Kira. Oh, but look at that, Javier and Reg are obviously. But as I say, it's all nice and quiet. But Craig, you win on the notice checks front. Basically, Kira and Ray and Craig, you do sort of hear some strange sounds, but Craig, you basically awoke. You're not sure why, but you woke up in the middle of the night. You're not entirely sure why. It's almost you thought you heard something, but when you listen now, it sounds quiet out there. The same goes for Kira and Ray. You're the same boat. All the three of you wake up in the middle of the night, and you basically. thought you heard something, but now it all seems quiet. Then suddenly, you hear it faint, but Craig hears it loud. There's frantic knocking on your door, Craig, and a young sounding voice goes, "Help! Help! She's going to get me! Please!"
Run up, open the door. What's going on?
Okay, you run up and you open the door. There appears to be a young girl outside, about the age of 7 or 8. She's I've lost her. She's I did have an image for her, I thought. Let's get out all the tokens on one map. Let's get rid of the tokens. Oh dear me. Delete all tokens. There we go. So she's got a quite for her, even for her age. She's got this sort of quality about her. It makes her look older than she probably is, but she looks. But at the moment, she looks absolutely terrified. As I say, Kira and Ray, you also hear this. John and Reg, you'll probably start. You'll be waking up to the knocking. Whereas Patrick and Javier, you're just snoring away through it, I assume. Dead to the world, as it were.
I've got headphones on and I'm listening to some ASMR to help me meditate.
That's absolutely fine.
So the girl, someone is trying to kill her.
She basically she's knocking on the door and she's literally frantically saying, "Oh, someone's trying to hurt me! Please help me now!"
Well, if Reg hears that, he's going to go straight towards the sound.
Indeed.
Smashing everything on the way if it gets in the way.
Craig, as you look, she suddenly the young girl suddenly turns around and looks behind her and screams in fright and basically starts pounding off down the corridor away from you. What you see, let's just say that it's not pleasant. Can I have a spirit check, please? You've obviously it's unnerving as it is. You don't basically you've obviously seen scarier stuff than this, but there does appear to be you do witness this horrifying sight of a woman in ragged clothes, covered in blood, bedraggled hair, fingernails sort of looking like claws. And she seems to basically be reaching out as if trying to grab the girl. The most disturbing thing is you can see right through her, and she appears to be floating rather than walking down the corridor after the child.
Is there anything in the hallway I could pick up and throw at it?
Yeah, there's a fire extinguisher nearby.
Grab that and shoot it and toss it towards her after shooting it.
Make an athletics throw. 4's all you need. It goes flying accurate towards her, straight through her, and bounces off the door to 50-50. Will make Patrick odd and Javier even. Off Patrick's door with a loud crunch. In the meantime, the young girl rushes. You hear the young girl rushes down the stairs.
Yo, people! What the hell's going on here?
And she most certainly should not be hostile. Okay.
Sleepers be woken up at this point from the screaming and the banging.
Oh, most certainly. And we shall have you basically. Patrick, obviously, even over your headphones, you hear the loud bash on the door, and same with Javier. You know, basically, there's a loud crash comes from outside that even you can't sleep through.
Yeah, I've gone to see this as well. Notice what's going on. Have a look. Well, the noise because I got woken up, didn't I?
You did.
Absolutely.
If Kara had been awake, she would have
Kind of disturbance that's going on out here.
She'd have stepped out to the balcony first to see if there was disturbances out there.
Okay, and I need to lock the tokens before I go any further. And I just realised I forgot something, which is really rather annoying.
I forgive you.
I was supposed to prep more of the adventure this morning and I forgot. Well, actually, that's all I need, actually, thinking about it.
Patrick will dress himself swiftly. Shirt, trousers and waistcoat. He's not going to bother with the tie of his jacket before he comes out.
Okay. And I need... Where is he? Oh, for crying out loud. There we go. I need... Why is it whenever... Oh, because I didn't set them up as an encounter, that's why. Right, let's share that. So, basically... you all come charging out your corridors and down the stairs. You find the girl, basically... You see... Obviously, Craig's in the lead because he got the best days. The young girl dives underneath this table and keeps moving fast. The rest of you now, as you come around the corner, will also see this interesting visage of a semi-transparent, very unpleasant-looking young woman, and we'll take it from the top and see whatever. Let's not delete. Let's see what happens. Why did I... Oh, I meant to put him on hold. I dealt him a card instead. That's ridiculous. Okay, Craig, as luck would have it, you get to go first.
Alright, since I'm already
The combat tracker.
parkour across the table and try to interject myself between the creature and the locked girl behind me.
Okie doke. Yep, no problem at all there. Make an athletics check to parkour over the table and... Yep, no problem at all. You literally, and spectacularly, I'm just going to move everyone in so they're into whole squares, just because it makes Fantasy Grounds works a bit better when everyone's in whole squares with targeting and stuff. Yeah, you basically jump over the top of the table, which enables you to... There's enough clearance under the ceiling, as it were, to basically jump over the top of the semi-corporeal young lady. Well, yeah, it does appear to be a young lady at closer inspection, and land magnificently and dramatically between you and the child. At which point the ghost gets very annoyed at you, basically reaches down, grabs the ashtray off the table she's right by and lobs it at you. With incredible accuracy, it would appear. I didn't expect that to be that effective. But you basically incredible accuracy, but obviously it has no real effect on you as it hits you.
Yeah, can I take a new action card?
Yes, of course you can.
Um,
I did wonder why I got a huge console error across the screen there.
It's all down at the bar still, is he? 24-hour
Yes,
barman.
so so yeah, who are you going to call? What do you think it is? An episode of Rentacles? Why don't you go and pop off?
I wonder how many people get that reference. I'm gonna get a console error. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to give you the Dutch courage. So you literally get in there and basically start spouting stuff at the ghost, making her distracted and vulnerable, it would appear. However, then at some point, reason will catch up with you and you will need to make a spirit check. Which at -1, it means...
No, I don't. It's not. It's not -1. Guts.
You got guts. Oh, at +2. Sorry, fear checks. Okay, you are absolutely fine then. Nell is basically going to grab hold of grab hold of Craig as he and sort of try and hide behind him. That brings us to Ray.
It's Ray's turn. Okay, what is Ray going to do?
Well, he's going to make a fear check first.
Oh, fear check? Me?
Spirit, please. Which you pass with flying colours.
Oh, you ghost. See them all the time in the woods. How do you tackle a ghost? She can throw a chair, so maybe we can throw her.
How indeed. Well, Byron obviously makes life a lot easier, but he's not here right now. So you're going to have to come up with something. You push your way past Reg and clamber up onto the table by the look of things.
Yeah. Go right there next to the table. I'm gonna try and punch her.
Be my guest. It's a very good hit, but alas, your fist goes straight through it. The young lady. Well,
It's not fair. You can throw tables, but we can't touch you. Cheat.
Very much so. That brings us to Mr. Marlowe.
I'll pass my turn. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's my mistake. I forgot.
I know. Don't worry about it.
I won't do it again. Mr. Marlowe.
Well, all these people throwing things and not having a whole lot of effect on this. So I think, let me look at my inventory real quick. Yeah, I am going to. Are there napkins or some such things on the table?
Yes.
Okay. Then John is going to step over here and grab napkins or whatever. He's going to kind of make a wad of paper. He's going to then use his lighter to light the wad of paper on fire and throw it at the ghost.
Okie doke. Don't forget to make your fear check first.
Your check work. Yeah, I'll bet that. I don't want to be scared.
Unless you critically fail, which is only a -1 on your trait rolls. But yes, yeah, fine. You light the paper and you wad it up and you throw the burning paper at her. That'll be
I don't have.
Yeah.
I don't have an attack per se for that. So
No, it's just athletics. Okay, the burning paper will basically fly through the air. It's probably medium range, so it will probably land just about there, we'll say. It
Oh,
basically
I can move closer. Actually, I can move closer still.
Yeah,
I'll move
yeah,
to there
exactly.
before
Yeah,
I
yeah,
cross
exactly.
that.
Yeah. So you throw it right at her, and it does. It doesn't seem to phase her in any way, shape, or form. I'm afraid it goes right through her and lands sort of on the other side of her, sort of basically
Right.
burning itself out on the floor.
Okay, well, energy isn't doing any good either, guys. Have fun.
But that would be over to Kira.
Can I get past Ray, or do I need to go around the other way?
Ah, you can get past Ray, I'm sure. Oh gosh, you're running.
Yeah, I'll move out of the way for you, don't worry.
Don't forget your fear check.
Oh, okay.
No problem at all there.
I'm trying to get to the child.
Yep, no problem at all. You run past Ray and you get to the child.
She seems pretty panicked. Can I
Oh,
go
she-
ahead and like cast relief on her?
You certainly can. You cast that. You put the soothings upon the young girl, and she seems to calm down quite a bit. Also, you notice that the ghost doesn't react too well to the fact that you did that. It seems to recoil away from you. That brings us to Javier. Or Xavier, or, yeah, however you want to pronounce it.
I am actually going to. Well, let me do my spirit check first.
Yeah, I gave it you two. You two haven't come around the corner yet. So if you do anything before you come around the corner, you can technically get away without needing your fear check until you see the ghost. If that makes sense. I know that's a bit of metagaming there, but you were the slowest on the uptake, as it were. So you get to there and then you see what's going on.
I'm also a suit.
Indeed. So that'll be your fear check when you get to there.
Okay.
As you probably as you get there and you watch basically objects go flying through this young woman. Yeah, she is a young woman. She just looks a bit. She doesn't look her best. Rich, unfortunate. Yeah, you now if you want to spend a penny, you can. But otherwise, it's you'll. Yep, fine. You only need a 5 to succeed this fear check because it's not the most horror. You guys have seen stuff before, so you guys are a little more jaded than normal people would be. Excessive.
Okay, I want to take a look at the ghost and see if I. How is she dressed? How is the ghost dressed? Is the ghost saying anything or reaching for anything?
Well, she just seemed to be. Well, basically, she was reaching for the girl until Kira put the soothings on the girl. She now seems to be looking round frantically. Make a notice check, please. Her as I say, she basically when you look at she doesn't appear to. She seems to her form seems to change slightly sometimes. It seems to be more. It seems to be obviously emotionally based, but she seems to be sort of more lustful and everything. It's almost like things become more distorted as she's sort of backing off and noticing everyone sort of swarming around her. She's looking around more confused and a little less nasty, as it were. But what you do notice is she appears to be dressed in a sort of you would probably say probably 1930s, possibly 1940s, definitely, or something style outfit. It's it's not sort of it's not your traditional what people would associate with ghosts, which for some reason seems to be more medieval in nature. But it does it seems it's definitely a period outfit she seems to be wearing. But as I say, it seems to be 20th century outfit rather than anything else.
Okay. Do I know of any incidents involving death of children
You
from
could
the 30s?
you could
area?
try a common knowledge check. Nothing springs to mind, but don't worry, I'm sure there'll be more opportunities later.
So, noticing this, I'm going to turn to everyone and say, just back off now. She seems to be calming down. Can we just reassess the situation?
Sounds good to me. And that sounds like a good... That's probably the limit we'll give you in your 6 seconds. So if you can... if you click your... end turn buttons, because I'm trying to learn not to do it for players, because it all, and Patrick, last but no means least, there's all sorts of chaos as you come striding to the top of the stairs.
To the top of the stairs. You can see the ghost. You can see.
You cutting up, and I can't hear you anymore. Cutting up, breaking up. That's your spirit check. Yep.
Well, take.
No. If your microphone's not picking up any sort of one word in 5, it's by the sound of things.
Just a moment. I changed the input when Ray here screaming.
We know you're not the most talkative and loquacious of characters.
Absolutely
players.
not. Is that better now?
That's much better, yeah.
Yeah, I changed the voice gate when my son was down here making squeaky noises, and I didn't put it back. Right. So yeah, Patrick gets to the top of the stairs and takes everything in and says, I wasn't expecting that. And then he wants to have a look around the room. Presumably he can see the ghost is a little bit transparent. He wants to look at her specifically for things like items of jewellery or things like that she might have on her, or something that could have survived the time from the 40s till now. And also wants to see what kind of reaction Cecil Downing is making. Because the young girl looks like people are looking after her. He wants to see what Cecil's reaction is, and anything specific item-wise on the ghost that might have survived the intervening 70 or 80 years.
Okie dokie. Well, Cecil appears to be. Well, let's make that a notice check for interest's sake, just because I like the idea of making you guys critically fail and spend the pennies. Okay.
I'll get a raise then.
Cecil appears to be. Yeah, Cecil basically doesn't look at all amused right now. He looks positively confused and scared like everyone else. Cecil's probably failed his sphere check, I would add into that one in gaming terms, but obviously the woman doesn't appear to be have much on in any way of jewelry. She does appear to have a necklace, but it's just a simple it looks like a very simple gold chain with a small gold cross on it. She doesn't appear to have any brooches or rings or any other forms of jewellery on her.
And as I've made a roll, I think that's probably going to be my action for this round. I'm not going to attempt anything multi-actioning.
Okie dokie. Well, Cecil's still on hold for now. We'll go on to the next round. Cecil, yes. I'm going to spend... I've got lots of bennies. I'm going to get... Oh, for crying out loud. Let's try one more. Wow, that really made all the difference. 2 bennies, and all that happened is I didn't move. Okay, don't forget, guys. If you want to spend bennies to get better cards, just drop them on the card on the combat tracker. The only time you need to tell me, one, I'll know you're doing it because I'll probably get a console error, and 2, the only time you need to tell.
Do it again.
Yeah, the only time.
That's why push to talk comes in really handy.
Broadsword calling Danny Boy. That is interesting. I might have to mute him.
I'm going to mute him. Talk for the win. Yeah, you have to press a button to it be heard.
Remind me I've muted Patrick in a second because I couldn't think. I thought I was going to say now. Yeah, so if you want to spend a penny to get a better card, you don't need to tell me unless, of course, it jumps you above where we are on the combat tracker. Right. That's sorted. It means I'm muted again. That brings us down.
Who did you mute? Because Pants is muted.
Yeah, that's me. I don't even want to talk, but
That's okay. That brings us round to Javier. I really wanted the ghost to go first, which is really annoying, but anyway.
Alright. So I am going to go over to here. And I'm approaching with my hands up and spread wide.
I'm just going to retcon what I did last turn. Meant to do last turn. Yep, go for it.
And I'm going to say, what is it you're looking for? What do you need? What do you need? What are you looking for?
Okay. Let's have a think about this. What would happen there?
Persuasion roll. Tell me what you need. You can trust us.
She basically does. She looks around, and the ghost sort of looks around and doesn't appear to be understanding, as if she's not understanding what you're saying, alas. But the more people that seem to be moving in and around her, the more she seems to be backing off and stuff. Doesn't seem to.
Well, then I'll give her an out.
Yeah.
So she's got a ways that she can go. Right.
Yeah. Exactly. And as I say, if you want to try anything, otherwise, just end your turns when if you're.
No, I'll end my turn.
Thank you. I'm just because I'm notorious for ending people's turns when they're in the middle of it and they get very annoyed. So I'm trying to learn not to. Kira.
So you had noticed that soothing the child had distressed the ghost more than any attack on the ghost itself. So Kira's going to take the little girl's hand and promise her that that thing cannot hurt her, and arcane protection on the child.
Okay, go for it. That's arcane protection with a 6. Okay, that really, the ghost again. The ghost now seems to, well, not angry that you're doing it, just basically more seems to be upset and annoyed, and definitely backing away, not hardly moving yet, but seems to be sort of moving away and recoiling from the fact from what you're doing to the child in protecting her, I should say. John. If you're talking, we can't hear you, sir.
Sorry, I had a dog going ballistic in the background.
That's absolutely fine.
Okay, well, everybody else seems to be doing all this soothy stuff. Cecil is a little freaked out. Is that what I'm hearing too?
Yes. Although
okay, I will step over here next to Cecil, and I will use a common knowledge in an effort to calm Cecil about how ghosts are usually very incapable of harming the physical world, things along those lines. And I'm going to calm Cecil down so that everybody's calm.
Sounds good to me. I like it. Go for it.
Since you had a
the table he saw flying might have interfered with that.
So why she picked up an ashtray and hucked it at somebody?
Right. Well, basically, I'm just John obviously is not the touchy-feely type historically. He's much happier explaining how everything's a conspiracy and the government's out to get you. So unfortunately, the net result is that by the time John finishes how basically experimentation on people and ghosts and everything else, and everyone's a little more on edge than they were before. But you're not actually having penalties. But basically, John's John's sort of heightened your paranoia about everything. I think we'll say, and
Very seldom eat people's heads clean.
exactly. And in fact, what I will say is, Cecil reacts very badly to what you're saying and basically shoves you away. Not hard, not hard really, but unfortunately, you're right next to that chair next to you. You get collapsed up in the chair and basically end up lying prone upon the floor.
That works. That works, yeah.
you just freak him out a bit too much. He tries to push you away. Not, as I say, not in a nasty way. Just, you know what I mean, unfortunately.
Get the hell away, dude.
Exactly. And unfortunately, you back into that chair and you trip over it and you find yourself lying prostrate upon the floor, staring up at the ceiling. Craig.
I look over by the fireplace. Would I see an iron poker or a shovel?
Yes, I think it was highly likely, in keeping with the theme they're trying to go for in this pub, that there will be an iron poker over there.
And would I be able to run over, grab it, and come back and take a swing at the goose?
Theoretically, let's see. Well, you are 1 through 2 to there. 1, 2 inches to there, and then yes, if you roll really well, yes, you'll have to make a run roll.
He's the parkour master. He can just go over the table.
Of course he is, actually. Yeah, he is the parkour master. He would go straight over the table. So you take the shortest route. You get to ignore difficult terrain, but you'll still need to run because. Oh no! Actually, yeah, you'll need to run to get back. So basically, you can get over there without running, but then you'll need to make your run roll. So yeah. 10 inches. I'm a nice fellow, even though the rules say you can't. If you want to spend bennies to re-roll your runs, I allow it, because it's one more way to make you spend bennies. What you will have to do, though, is you'll have to untick run and retick run, because Fantasy Grounds is written to bar the rules, as it were, and obviously I'm breaking them. So, yeah, so 8 inches gets you to there, 14 inches will get you back to there. As you grab the arm poker and come running back, you get your feet up onto the table and you're just launching onto the table to do this dramatically impressive leaping attack. When the ghost moves, if you're ending your turn, unless you wish to do any form of ranged attack, of course.
Is anybody is Reg looking at me doing this?
I'm sure he is, yes.
Because he's closer, I might be able to toss the poker to him.
I'll allow that.
Reg, catch!
Crit fail here.
Yeah.
So is he throwing me a poker, is he?
He is. Make an
But he
athletics
ever
roll.
got a boomerang stuck in the back of their own.
Oh, look at that! No, like I told you, Craig, he's not actually overpowered at OTT, but when Craig works, he can appear to be. It's amazing. Yeah, so he throws a poker right at you, Reg, and you catch it out of the air. I hope.
Reg is the perfect opportunity to see poker. I hardly know.
Oh dear, who was that? I'm not sure if that was Craig or Javier making that amusing tale there.
It was Javier.
There we go. Thank you, because that did make me smile. I like that one. Okay, at this point, the ghost does seem to be suddenly moves very fast and very quickly, and literally disappears inside Cecil. Literally enters his body, and Cecil freaks.
He pulls out an automatic machine gun.
Cecil basically freaks out, starts screaming, and then goes very, very still. Nell basically, obviously, with Craig running off, is hiding. Basically, this moves around and hides behind you, Kira, hugging you tightly, going, "I want my mummy! I want my mummy! I want my mummy!" Ray.
Maybe we should just knock out the little girl.
You over Kira.
I'm just saying it as I walk over to Cecil. What's he doing?
He's just standing there now. He was freaking out for a few seconds, and then he's become very, very still. Other than breathing, he's not moving. What do you want to do?
Well, I don't know what to do. Shall I call him an elderberry? I don't know. Your mother was a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. Is that a taunt?
You can give it a try. Make a taunt roll.
I haven't got a taunt roll. What roll would that be?
You haven't got the taunt skill. It'd be unskilled then.
Come on. Yes!
A 9, so that would be, obviously it doesn't know how to deal with unskilled, so that's okay. Let's see what Cecil does. That will be taunt with smarts, isn't it? Oh, spirits. I never remember. Smarts. Okay, well, you basically get the raise on him.
Make him distracted.
You want to make it distracted, and then on the creative combat, what happens? He's distracted and vulnerable.
Awesome. And then I will pass on my turn.
You got the double whammy.
I was going to knock him out, but I'll distract him first. It might come in handy.
That's very much so. Suddenly, Cecil looks up, and he seems a bit insulted by what you said, and yes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
My mother was French.
Right, and basically he punches you. Or at least tries to, because obviously you've made him distracted and vulnerable. He might not do it very well. I will spend 1 penny on it. But no! Oh, he does on the second one. I thought that was a 1 again. It's quite a good uppercut by the look of things, but it doesn't actually... It's an ineffective punch after all. That brings us to Reg.
Saw it coming, just moved me head a little bit.
Exactly.
Reg. I think Reg will multi-action.
Okay.
So you're possessed. Well, I know ghouls just want to have fun, but you can't haunt it, girl. Let me give you my poker face.
Yeah, I'll give you the one for the poker face. The ghouls just want to have fun. Nearly worked.
Well, that's bad as well, maybe. Is that... Did he lose that because it's equal?
Your reroll was a 4, but it's still against the original defense roll of 9.
Is it? Ooh, he's not going to fail for that, right? And then after that, I'm going to go up and stab him with the poker.
You could go stab him with the poker. Okay.
At least try to.
It's a bit drastic.
Poke him up.
Cecil's
Yeah, but who cares?
You could use the baton as a poker. It's the same difference. It's the same damage. Actually, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Poker would be strength plus d6.
You don't want to destroy the house that she's squatting in.
Use the other end of it that's got the metal ball on.
There we go. You now have an iron poker. Now, yeah, the setting just in case, just there is a thing. One of the setting rules for Saxfordshire is basically there are no penalties for improvised weapons because obviously carrying weapons in the UK legally is problematic, and therefore, as a bunch of characters, someone keeps.
Just bend that, and I still missed him.
Kyra would never dream of breaking the country.
So obviously the point I'm trying to make is improvised weapons is usually the key in these games, because obviously fists don't necessarily cut it. Obviously, when you try to beat up people who are possessed by ghosts, then fists are preferable because that doesn't necessarily kill them.
Yeah, if Reg has got a hot poker, he's going to be ruthless and going to go use it. Eh? So.
Okay, are you going to Patrick?
You know, guys, maybe just pinning him down would be a better idea, says Patrick.
I'm with you on that one. I really don't want to have to explain to Lord Kelvin why we killed his opponent.
Yeah, I was going to knock him out, not kill him, but yeah.
Okay, who are you putting empathy on? Is he talking? I'm forgetting to press to talk.
The ghost inhabiting Cecil.
The ghost inhabiting Cecil. You can't see the ghost inhabiting Cecil. You can
in
put
that
it
case,
on.
in that case, the corporeal form of Cecil and all spirits and emotions within it.
Okay, the corporeal form of Cecil is allowable. Empathy. You create an emotional bond between yourself and your target with a successful versus his spirit, which is successful. And you didn't get the raise. You know the target's emotional state and his basic thoughts. Okay, so his emotional state right now is he's absolutely terrified, and his thoughts are his thoughts seem to be a bit strange, but it seems to be basically he has to find a way to make you find his body.
Why did she not just say that when I asked her?
Maybe she can't.
Well, it's not like I know this.
No, but player to player, I don't have a problem with you discussing things, because obviously it's one of the better things of role-playing games, isn't it? That you have a little more information than your characters do sometimes.
With the 6 seconds I've got, I probably can't really communicate that, so I think that will end my turn.
Okay. Obviously, by putting him into Cecil, that gives you something you can actually hurt. Hopefully not too badly. That means at the moment, Craig is going first.
Okay, let's see. Try to run up behind him.
Yep.
Knock him out in the back of his head with a fist.
Go for it. A 3 won't hit him, I'm afraid. You need a 7. For some reason, for an old man, Cecil's very, 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 very proficient in melee combat. However, that is definitely going to get him. Also, you get a +3 gang up bonus actually, so the 3 wasn't enough, but obviously this is. Oh dear me. Hang on, that's your fight. That was your fighting skill, not your unarmed attack damage.
Oh,
no,
you want fighting?
So no, don't worry. You've hit him. I'll give you your Benny back. No, basically you successfully hit him. You hit him with a raise. So on the combat tab, is your unarmed attack. That's so if you want to basically roll your unarmed damage for the combat. Hang on a second. Let's get him targeted.
I rolled. There was. First one unarmed was a 2, so I re-rolled the. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but you already did. Sorry, the one on the left. The one on the left is the attack roll. The numbers on the right is the. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I misunderstood. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you didn't get the raise damage before as well. You see, so 2 to 5 points. So you punch him hard, but it doesn't seem to put him down. You can Benny that if you want to, but at the moment you hit him hard, but nothing really. You know, he took it. He took that blow he took that blow quite well. I'm afraid.
Flinks.
Floats like a butterfly, takes a punch like a wall.
He's a tough old fellow. That brings us to Ray.
I'm going to knock him out.
Go for it. Make an unarmed combat roll.
Obviously, that's not allowed.
Console error. I wish I knew what. It's random where it happens now. It's really annoying. Well, that's a hit. I think he might be going down here. Like, you shake him, which makes it easy for anyone else to put him down.
Yep, that'll do.
Marlo, I've just realised it's why you only. I was trying to work out why you weren't getting a +3 gang up bonus. Of course, I forgot Marlo was still lying prone on the floor.
I will stand up.
Okay, you stand up.
And I will punch poor Mr. Cecil.
Okay, you punch poor Mr. Cecil. Oh my word!
Tabloid in his pocket.
Go for it.
Poor old guy.
Yeah, I do feel sorry for him. Oh! It's a good punch.
Now, he's getting block bonus twice, if I'm seeing that right.
Block -1 equals 10. Block +1 equals... Does look interesting, doesn't it? Oh, hang on. No, he isn't. Block. The block gives you a gang up bonus of -1 gang up bonus and a +1 parry. So it's actually not. He's not getting it twice. He's negating 1 gang up and getting +1 parry. It's working.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just kind of... he pushed me, I'm pushing him. So, yeah, it's all good.
Okay. Kira.
Kira's watching all these, and she's a little concerned that if they drive the ghost out of Cecil, that it's going to drive it into them. And she doesn't know if this works, so she's going to spend 5 full power points.
Okay. I'm intrigued now.
Now, do I target when I cast on particular people? Like, so.
Yeah, it would make my life easier, yes.
Okay. And I don't know if this will help at all, but she seems to react really badly to magic. So I'm going to add Cecil into it to see if that might help drive her out.
Oh, go for it. I like it.
Is he my target?
Glad I used my power on Cecil first.
Oh, you're going to get the ray. Oh, my word. Arcane protection with the rays. Nicely done. So on to Craig, on to Ray, on to John, on to Cecil, and on to Reg. So all. Is there any visual accrued? I forgot to ask when you cast it earlier. Is there any
They'll all notice like the skin tends to take on a greeny, tingy glow for everybody who was a recipient.
wonderful
It's not
stuff.
a glaring bright one. It's just if they look closely.
Yeah. You probably also get the sense of woodland forests. Nice. Cecil does seem to cry out in annoyance and pain. And basically, yeah, from your perspective, Patrick, you definitely get the sense of shock and surprise. The ghost, basically what happens is the ghost suddenly flies out of Cecil, who basically sort of slumps downwards and flies into the bar area, into that corner there, and then disappears.
Reg. Oh. Has the ghost vacated him, did you say?
You all saw the ghost fly out of Cecil the second after all of you were bathed in that slight greenish tint.
Has the ghost left?
You saw it. You saw the ghost fly off that way.
Well, let's chase after it.
Okay. I could basically. I had some fun and games with this map, but you can't. Now you're there and you're close enough. There appears to be a trapdoor there.
I shall open the trapdoor, and then that shall be the end of my turn.
Okie dokie.
Don't you open that trapdoor. You're a
Something
fool
down
if you dare.
There's something down
Stay away from that trap door. There's something
Something
down
down
there.
there.
All the Americans are looking at us like we're mad right now.
I know.
What is that from?
It was a Playmation children's TV show called Trapdoor.
Hardman Studios.
It was Arden Studios.
It was Arbon Studios, yeah.
Called The Trapdoor.
It was called the Trapdoor.
You've got to stay away from that trap door.
Every week he'd go down the trapdoor and there would be more adventures and monsters, and it was fun. Wasn't there a skull?
The skull was called Boney.
Boney, that was it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, and basically Nell's not going to do a lot because you protected the arcane protection meant you didn't end up having to fight the 7-year-old girl with a ghost in her, so that's okay. Javier. Well.
Not one person there would have actually seen Kyra do anything except for try to calm the child down.
No, I know.
That's what you think. Longbow. I play Dungeons and Dragons.
Cecil is still shaken, but he literally sits down on that chair and he's basically, obviously we've only got 6 seconds, so he says, "I can't believe it. I always thought the stories of Eliza were just tourist stories." Patrick.
Patrick is going to head over towards Cecil and calling out to the other guys. While I appreciate the displays of unbridled machismo, maybe now would be a time to just calm down a little. Cecil, would you elucidate a little, please?
And at which point we will come out of combat and I will unlock the tokens accordingly. Oh, you shook him with your persuasion.
I didn't mean to take him with that. I was trying to, that was me persuading him to open up to us.
Well, indeed. Reg, obviously you haven't reached the trapdoor just yet, but obviously now we're out of combat and I've unlocked tokens, people can move freely. But basically, well, it's really up to you what you want to do from this point. As I say, the ghost appears to have disappeared. Nell seems to Cecil's looks over at you, Kira, and says, "Is pointing at the little girl and says, 'Is Nell okay?'" And then he looks at Patrick and says, "Oh, well, it's a bit of a tale. But what's everyone else up to?"
I'm going to go behind the bar and find a decent bottle of scotch, and I'm going to put an appropriate amount of pounds on the bar. And I'm going to pour Cecil a glass.
Sounds good to me. As I say, you guys shouldn't be... Oops, I didn't mean to... Oh, it doesn't matter. I was trying to clear off the targeting. Who's targeting Cecil? Patrick is... And Reggie's, I think, because I'm seeing a big... Yeah. But as I say, you guys should be able to move freely now, so tokens aren't locked. Cecil basically says, "Oh, well, it's it goes. But there's been tales. There's always been legends that the inn's been haunted for decades. Although I've never seen Eliza. The story goes that between the two wars, Eliza was a local girl. She was abducted and murdered in this inn, but no one knows by whom or why, and there was a full police at the time investigated the inn and never found anything. There's never been any there's never been any evidence to find out that she was murdered, and no one's ever really sure where the story started that she was murdered in the inn. Anyway, but very much a case of people over the years have claimed to have seen her, but I never thought it was true. I just, it's just like tourists like a good ghost story. It brings the people in, but why should I don't know what it's quite shocking, really.
What's down the trapdoor?
Down the trapdoor, it's just the beer cellar. Supposedly, there is an old cistern down there somewhere, but I've never found any. I've never found anything other than just down there is the beer cellar. But there seems to be comments that there used to be the old cistern reachable down there, but over the years, it's the wall, the foundations have needed shoring up and stuff has been repaired and redone. So I assume they long since built over it.
Yeah, I know all about secret rooms and hidden things. I'll go down there and I'll find it for you.
Did Liza look sodden by any chance?
No, she didn't. No.
Okay, so it's not like she was maybe dumped in the cistern and her ghost is
killed
dripping.
outside the cistern. If she's killed outside the cistern, her spirit may not be wet. Her body may be, but her spirit may not be.
Gotcha.
Very good stuff. I'm going to give.
Happier is a classic ghost story. It's fantastic.
I'm just going to give out some bennies because you all admirably dealt with a. Did it actually? No, it didn't actually. Do you know what? I'm not going to do it that way because I'm just. Oh no, it doesn't work if I do it any other way. No, I cannot give out bennies without console errors. It's going to drive me up the wall.
You just get that mod that lets us add as many bennies as we like to each other. You can trust us. On it.
I do think it's linked to some dodgy code. Sorry, because it only happens in certain rule sets. Nell goes down, sits on the table over here, and basically looks all tearful and says, "I want my mummy and daddy."
I'll ask her where they are, and technically she'd probably take over us.
Cecil looks up a bit confused at that as well. Goes, they checked in today while the rest of you were out, and it goes, as far as I know, they all went up to bed. I'm perplexed as to why they should still be upstairs. So where are they? That basically Nell goes on to explain how in the middle of the night, not long after you lot went to bed, in fact, and Cecil was outside. Her daddy just suddenly got up and walked out the room without saying anything, and her mummy was concerned, told her to stay put in the room, and chased after the father. And she sat up there waiting for hours, and then the scary lady appeared, and she doesn't know where her parents are. In the meantime,
while we're doing this conversation, I'm going to go and get a damp flannel and come back and stick it on Cecil where we've been battering him. Try and ease his wounds a bit, make his get the swelling down.
Sounds good to me. Okay.
While that's happening, everybody will hear like an echo in the back of their mind Patrick's voice. The ghost wants her body found.
He was a psychic.
I believe we should check the
I
system.
thought he was a fake. I watched the Mentalist. It was all fake.
And Kira's thinking dead body or live parents. What do we go look for?
Life parents.
Life parents first, yes. Dead body later.
Oh, is that what happened?
I think that Benny thing doesn't happen in Lankmar setting, yeah.
John becomes extra paranoid of Patrick. He's obviously part of the government with his ability to plant his words into my mind.
John's had that happen before, though.
Yeah, and each time he's gotten a little more paranoid about it.
Say, Cecil, is this an original trapdoor?
What constitutes an original? Oh, crap! What constitutes an original trapdoor? I'm intrigued.
At least pre-World War II.
Possibly. Hang on, I'm just having fun and games down here. Because
World War II, not a later renovation.
Yeah.
Or modernisation.
Yeah. So then, Reg and John are heading down into the basement, I believe. I'm very confused by something over here. I don't know what's going on. I seem to have some extra stuff that I don't know what it's doing. So.
Well, Cecil's, her parents' room's upstairs, is it?
It is.
It's still what is it, like really early in the morning now, isn't it?
It's about 3 in the morning. Yeah. Whoops, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to
so we
share.
don't want to wake them up. We want to go and just look in their room. I think Ray's going to go up and look in their room.
Is the door locked?
Yeah.
The door out of the inn locked. Is the door out of the inn still locked?
It shouldn't be. They're open, as far as I
No,
can tell.
what I mean is, presumably Cecil locks the doors at night. And
Oh yes, I see what you mean. Yeah. So
logically,
yes,
is
good
locked.
point.
Logically, the father can't have got out as it's not been battered open.
That is very true. In fact, you're quite right. The doors are locked if you want to check them.
Yeah. So therefore, if the father isn't in any of the upstairs rooms, and he wasn't in any of ours,
He's in the basement.
He's got the only place he can have gone to is the basement. Did Cecil see him? Because Cecil was behind the bar when we came downstairs.
Cecil was out. Well, Cecil did say he'd been moving in and around the place, didn't he? So.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a flag behind the door?
Are the door locks deadbolts?
They are key locked. Yeah.
Okay.
So without the keys, you can't open them. And Cecil says, "I still have the keys."
In which case, the only place the father can have gone is downstairs. So Patrick would like to, in that case,
Aesthetically.
Yeah.
If it looks like Kira's going to get Nell back to her mum, Patrick would like to go down into the basement, please.
Patrick wants to go down to the basement. Okay.
I'll join you. That seems most logical.
Do you know what? I really don't care about the property. I mean, if the basement looks odd, I'm just going to trash it. I mean, all the walls solid.
Right, so I'm going to put Patrick's there, and then we'll put Javier there. We'll put Javier there. Oh, Jimmy Monk had just disconnected again.
Craig's going to head down, but he's checking for.
We are reconnecting now, just locked up.
Yeah, I know.
Is there any bit of wall that looks newer than any of the others?
No.
In which case, Patrick will just move over to the wall there and put his hand on it.
Kira, basically, Nell takes you up by the hand and you head upstairs and you go into the room, and when you open the door, Nell says, "See, like I said, neither of them have been here for hours." And I suddenly, because of the way I did that voice, I suddenly got something completely different in my head. They mostly come at night, mostly, but I wouldn't worry about that bit. I really wouldn't worry about that bit. I just decided imagining Newt for some reason. Wrong game.
Are there any plants in this room?
Upstairs in their room, no, but she goes, I feel safe with you. And she goes, I wonder where the others are. And obviously, this is a pure attempt to keep the party together. Runs up, leads you on a merry chase back downstairs.
Big guys for things, and you know.
Yeah, and she goes when she sees the open basement door. She goes, I bet Mummy's down there, and runs and rushes and starts climbing down the ladder before you can stop her.
I'll be ready.
Well, we know where we're going, then, don't we?
Well, everyone else seems to be down there, so it's much easier to keep everyone together. So
Yeah, just stick together anyway. You don't want to get killed by a dragon, do we?
Yeah. Yeah, if they're not in the rooms upstairs, they've got to have gone into the basement.
I can unshare that one, so you should only have this map here. So, Patrick,
Hey, Patrick, stop poking the walls like that. Hit it with
right.
something
Hang on a minute. Just
northwest
give me a
corner.
second, okay?
Northwest corner.
solid. Ah, shit.
Right, Patrick points at the northwest corner and says, "You'll find an opening over there somewhere." Can I see if anything particular needed pressing or whatever to make it happen?
Probably.
In which
Whoever
case I'll
was moving over there, please move back again. I don't know. I didn't know. Yeah, it's basically using the instructions that Patrick gives you. That basically, well, actually, though, as you go and move over there, as soon as you touch a bit of the wall, it's obviously very well made, beautifully cantilevered, and appears to be quite old. But it literally, the whole section of the wall slightly moves back and then rolls backwards very smoothly, revealing a staircase leading downwards.
Ooh. Secret passages. Find the ghost body. Excellent.
Yes, you did. Sorry.
I'm going to go and have a look.
Yes, you
her
did.
parents
Patrick.
went through there.
Father first, mother trying desperately to basically get the attention of the husband, ignoring her basically.
Patrick's going to kind of squat down in front of Nell, squat down on his haunches, and give her his Hollywood smile and say, "Don't worry, kid. We're going to find your parents. It's going to be fine, okay?"
He's Australian. He hasn't got a Hollywood smile.
Oh, he's got an Australian smile. His TV smile.
Looks like a 5th edition map.
I don't know what you mean.
Looks like a perfectly reasonable map to me.
I have no idea what you mean by a 5th edition map.
5th edition Savage Worlds comes out in 2035.
Okay, so I'm just going to pause everyone there. Who's at the front there? Craig is. Waist high brackish water fills the wide cavern with a low ceiling. I think from where you are, Craig, you can see a set of stairs on the far side. Can I have notice checks from anyone who is basically the four of you? Actually, Javier, Reg, Craig, and Roy. You will get to make notice checks because you're all in a position to see it. I wouldn't worry too much if you failed the notice, but it doesn't matter. So basically, as just above at the top of the stairs, just before they open, basically at the top of the stairs, just before it comes out onto that landing by the water, carved into the stone above the stairs, is a very crude carving. It says "Enter" and "Cast Death aside."
Well, that's not ominous at all.
It didn't say cast life aside, so. How deep is this pool?
Someone will have to hop in and find out.
Topped in.
Can I run to that, jump to that rock a little north of me, and then jump?
Try and swim over there.
Okay. Roy, you could certainly give an athletics roll to try that. Yes. Roy, in the meantime, just jumps into the water and finds himself waist high in very cold, brackish water.
Nothing I'm not used to doing. I'm going to walk across to the stairs.
Someone's still targeting Cecil, aren't they? Let's get him off the combat tracker. Poor guy, he's getting beaten up all over the place. Okay, who's entering?
Javier looks down at his suit
Okay,
and looks at the water and looks down at his suit and looks at the water and then follows Craig.
Craig and Reg and Javier, if he's going into the water, I need you to all make spirit checks, because I'll tell you why afterwards.
Javier's trying to go along the rocks like Craig is.
Okay, in that case, only the two that have entered the water. Craig, I'm afraid you fall in the water there, so you need to make a spirit check.
I'm just going for it because parents are at risk.
Okay. Reg, I'm afraid, fails his spirit check. Ray's fine with it. Craig's fine with it.
Benny,
you're all okay. Basically, when you find yourself immersed into the water, although it's dark and brackish and there's no logical reason why you should see a reflection, you see your faces reflected at you in the water, except you appear to be dead in them, and but still moving. You're pale and gaunt. You're definitely dead, but there's a very but at the same time, you seem to be moving and sort of trying to say something, but you can't work it out. It's very unsettling, but doesn't basically scare the bejesus out of any of you. So far.
Should I make an athletics roll to try and?
Yeah, athletics to basically jump onto that first thing, and then obviously,
Well, I'm not bothered by that. I feel dead inside anyway. That's why I drink so much.
So that gets you to there without a problem.
Seeing Javier be so careful about his suit, Patrick is just going to shake his head and step down into the water. And as it's about waist deep, it's a big step down, and it looks like the little girl is insisting on coming with us. He's going to wait there to help her down into the water himself.
Okay.
In fact, he'll offer her a piggyback.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, aye. Keep her out of the water.
Yeah, Marla's going to get down. John's going to get down there to the edge of the water and look down and kind of look at all these people wading through and go, "Oh, bloody hell! I think my waiters. I left them at home. When did the shops open?"
Okay. Right. Xavier, you will successfully clamber around without problem, unlike the others. Although at the moment, with the exits currently blocked up, you're not entirely sure how much longer it's going to take you. Okay, Craig. Sorry, I just noticed where you are. From where you are standing, Craig, as you clamber up the steps, you can see. Well, you can see what you can see there. Basically, a large table with 6 sets of chairs and interestingly organised. I shall read more when you get closer. Javier successfully navigates across. Kira takes your piggyback, and the two of you get across. Kira, not being in the water, immersed in the water, doesn't have to worry about seeing the scary idea of an undead version of herself. Right. So what I'm going to say.
Reg, would you mind helping her?
Yeah, I'm just going to lift her off and put her in the room.
Reg lifts her off and puts her in the room. John, from your estimation, it's about 6 or 7 hours until the shops open, and even then you'll have to get to the shops, which is an hour's drive or so.
Yeah. Going Go ahead, Kira.
She'll just wade across. You need
Okay.
a spirit.
Well, if you want, I could go. If you
Please,
want,
yeah.
I'll come back and carry you, of course.
I'm going to leave. I don't want everyone to get too spread out. I know it's slightly unrealistic, but it makes my life easier if I keep everyone relatively together. So
Yeah, if nobody wants to get wet, I will go back, volunteer to go back and carry them across.
No problem. So let's get everyone across. They'll basically. Okay, so what I shall say here is, when all of you get across, you can see this table with 6 sets of chairs and everything. You can't walk through walls, I'm afraid. He won't accept that move. Okay, where were we? So high-backed chairs gather round a table scattered with yellowing parchments. There's a gilt plaque on the wall nearby that says Secret Order of the Eternal Scions. A strange...
Then again.
A strange...
Is that SIONS or SCION?
SCI.
Okay.
Yeah. There seems to
the
be
dust level down here.
It is quite dusty. There's appears to be an altar of some kind, and there seems you can't tell. There seems to be stuff on the altar, but from here you can't tell what it is. Kira, as you head over, you thought you heard something as you headed over there, and in fact you realise you did indeed hear something, and there seems to it seems a large sound of chittering and squeaking, and there seems to be an awful lot of rats pouring down the passageway towards everybody.
If we're all on Mind Link, I'll go, oh, yuck, I hate rats. And I'll take a step out of the sight of everybody else and draw Kuviorn.
Okie dokie. Out of the side of everyone else, you draw.
If we can hear that coming, Patrick... Oh, he's going after. He's gone 2 blinking clubs. Never mind.
John, you can see a... Well, actually, let's make things easier. Let's just make the swarm the size rather than worrying about the medium burst template. It works just as well. There's a huge amount of rats basically pouring out of a side passageway, squeaking and squealing and coming towards you.
Flying rats, they squawk.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going back into the water. Screw this.
Rats can swim.
Yes, but while they're swimming, they're not biting on me. Rats, guys. Lots and lots and lots of rats. And that will be my turn.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with punching rats.
That brings us to Kira.
Kira's going to see the number of rats, and even though she has Kuvorn in hand. Oh, that's protection with a raven.
That's nice. We have a raise. That's a +4.
And then she'll move up towards the swarm.
Okie dokie.
Full action, so I'm doing nothing else this turn.
Okay, that brings us to Javier.
Alright. I guess I will probably run. Well, how far away am I? Let's just start with that. 2. I can't get there with running, so I'm probably going to need to run. So that's 5. Yep. And then I will
Okay.
start punching rats.
Okay, one unfortunate nasty thing about swarms is as soon as you enter their area of effect, they swarm all over you, biting and stinging you. But you basically so far they haven't drawn any blood, but they're already crawling and clambering all over you.
Okay, I didn't realize I was entering their area of effect. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they technically you have to attack them. It's one of the nasty things about swarms.
Bring a flamethrower.
Yeah.
Alright.
So you basically make a fighting attack, and then you get to then you do your unarmed attack damage because it's strength damage against them, unless you've got area of effect. So that's fine. 2 hits them. Roll that damage.
I think I can do better.
Actually, a 2 doesn't hit you. You need a 4.
There we go.
That's a bit better. Make your your best bet is to use your martial artist attack. Yeah. Actually, no, that won't work for this one. Actually, thinking about it, because it's a swarm. There's so many of them. All you can do is sort of stamp them. So we'll have to do. I'll have to create a stomp for you.
While they're fighting, I'm going to make a rudimentary lathe.
There we go. You should be able to use stomp. You can stomp the rats now.
Okay.
Go dancing. Start dancing on them.
Yeah. Stomp damage, 3 points of damage. I guess. Hang on, that didn't get you the. Why that didn't do the rise damage? I don't know. Okay, you stomp on lots and lots of rats, but it doesn't. And you are killing quite. You kill quite a few rats, but it's not enough to make much difference to them, I'm afraid. Unless you do that.
And then I got to roll raise damage too, right? That's just a d6.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, there we go. That's how you stomp rats.
He didn't stomp. He skidded and rolled and flattened them that way, didn't he?
He did really, didn't
Stayed
he?
on the ground and rolled on top of them.
Very much so. Okay, you do stomp on an awful lot of rats.
So, it's my old tap dancing training coming into purview.
Did that? Yeah, we go. You stomp an awful lot of rats, and they basically the rats basically scatter and
So Madame Bovier's ruler across the knuckles proved to be of some worth.
This area lit up by the table.
yeah. So basically, you stomp on the rats. Killing dozens and dozens of them. They split. They break up into 2 smaller swarms. Patrick.
Right. Patrick is going to pick Null up and swing around and put her on this chair next to him.
Yep.
Saying, "Don't worry, kid. You'll be fine. We're going to find your mum and dad." And he's going to put his hand on the back of the chair and object read the chair from its creation forward.
What? A raise increases this. You need a. Hang on.
No, I'm using the strong modifier. The caster can see or hear from the item's creation forward.
Remind me to remove that modifier in my setting rule next time. Who held it? Where's been used? Well, okay. Okay. I'll come back to that because obviously you'll be reading that during the fight.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, you started off Flack Pack and B&Q. And then
At the moment, you're just experiencing the fact that it was being. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm afraid, Javier, you've the one of the swarms literally pours all over you, and basically starts chewing and biting and drawing blood. You can spend your last penny to attempt to soak the damage, or you can take a wound. It's up to you.
I think I will take the wound. Do I get? Does the block help me any?
No, swarms are nasty. They don't roll to hit. They just do damage.
Okay.
And the second swarm advances past you and starts chewing on Kira, who would have taken a wound, but thanks to her bark skin is okay. Right.
I'm not going to start going in there punching them or chopping them up with my axe. We got any? Can we make? Is there something here I could make a torch out of? I'd like something to burn them with.
Well, there's all sorts of parchments and stuff on the table there.
You think? What, blank parchment? Is there any blank parchment?
You can make a notice check to see which you think are the less important parchments that explain the entire adventure and therefore not. Are you joking?
Good roll.
Burn
You
what
do.
you like. I can see everything that's happened in this room.
I hate you. No, you can only see everything that happened in that chair.
Within 10 yards of that chair.
In video quality.
Oh, I'm crying out.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some parchment, smash one of these chairs, and make a torch that I can burn, that I can swing at these rats and try and scare them off with.
It's quite terrifying, and oh god, I killed the wrong character. Let's try that again. I'll try that again. It's quite horrific what you see, and you have a heart attack and die. Game over. There we go. Only joking. Okay, yeah. Basically, without notice.
Oh, you should do it. Why can't you just kill us off? It's supposed to be Savage Worlds, not Gentle Worlds.
While rummaging around on the piles of paper, what you do find is you find a bottle of a very, very well aged malt whiskey, very flammable. And
all right,
blank,
so I can just
some
lob that
parchment.
then. Yeah, okay. I'm grabbing the whiskey.
Reg, yeah. It's obviously you won't be able to act, unless you're multi-actioning. That's all you get this round. I'm being arrogant. Reg.
So is there any food on this table?
No, and if there was,
No.
the rats would have eaten it long ago, I suspect.
Oh,
Which is
righty
probably
do.
why they're quite rabid and coming after you lot.
Swarm of disgusting rats.
Indeed.
Well, I've still got the poker, so I'm just going to lob the poker at them.
Fortunately, they found you before they found anyone else. Well, you can walk up and stomp them if you want.
Yeah, let's be brave about it, heroic even. Don't have to run into.
No, yes, you will actually. Yep, you're fine. You get to there.
Where's the rats?
Oh, the rat's gone. The rat's
The
vanished.
rats have gone.
There you go.
I can't get the rat.
Okay, the rats eat you.
Yeah.
To no effect. Hit them.
So what we're going to use to hit them with it?
Just make a fighting check as normal. Doesn't matter what you use for a fighting check, and then just make a strength check, and I'll turn that into damage afterwards. That's the easiest way to do it.
Rightio.
They've got a parry of 4.
What?
you are.
I've got -2 for running.
I know. You're stomping away on the rats to no apparent effect. And I am moving everyone on, but I don't care anymore. I must stop doing that. Craig! I certainly must not do it when we start
I hear
Pathfinder.
them telling about rats. Is there anything in here I can use as a club or a paddle?
Yes, I'm sure there is. You could break off one of the chair legs.
Sounds good. What is the room lit by?
Sorry, what does it look like?
How is the room lit? Is it electrical, torch, candles?
That is a very good question. I would have to say, against all logic, given the age of it and the fact it hasn't been disturbed in ages, it would definitely have to be electrical lighting. Why it hasn't rotted And why, also might explain why the Black Rose Inn has always had a huge electricity bill lighting this whole underground complex.
Is there a wire with light near me or anything where like I can throw the bulb or the wire down to help maybe electrify the rat or the floor by the way?
It's not one rat, it's hundreds of rats, if that makes sense. So it's sort of limited, unless you get them into the water and then electrocute them. That would be a limited effect. You're better off just wading in and stomping on as many as you can, and throwing them against walls and stuff, or using an area of effect attack.
And that pool as well.
All right, break a chair, grab a leg, and go over and start whacking. That's all possible.
Yep. Actually, I'll give you a chair leg because anyway. But for purposes of the rats, you just basically use your unarmed attack for damage purposes. It will work. Okay, when you'd have to run if you're going to try and wade in there. They're a little further away from you than that, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. Well, what do I have? Fleet-footed and something?
Hang on. You've got pace of 8, haven't you, which gets you to there. Fleet-footed, gives you pace of 8. Fleet-footed, pace of 8. I'll tell you what. I don't see what. I'm going to be nice. I'll get you to there because I'll get to eat you then. You see, so I'm chewing you first. Which doesn't hurt you. Then you did a 6 on the rat, which hits, and then roll your unarmed damage rather than the chair leg, because you actually are having to stomp them. It's not a case you can use weapons. Oh my word! Look at that. I don't get right. You completely stomp out between the 3 of you. Well, the 4 of you. You finally completely stomp out one of the piles of rats. And we're on to the next dealing of cards, and someone obviously got a joker upon my console error. Patrick, you got a joker. Okay, well, you've got past the whole building of it, and it would appear that the chairs were built by a Lord Kelsey Linden and installed down here in the 1930s.
Okay.
It would appear that a number of meetings were held, and it appeared that there were 6 individuals that would sit at the chairs. That's about 6 seconds.
Do I hear any names mentioned?
John Acker, Samuel Garrick, Charles Marlowe, Archie Sidney, and George Unwin.
John Acker, Samuel Garrick,
Charles Marlowe.
Those were the families you mentioned.
Archie Sidney. Everyone called him Archie. You don't know what his real name was because they only ever called him Archie, and George Unwin, and that's all you'll get in this 6 seconds.
Thank you.
Are those not the families you mentioned from in the beginning?
They absolutely are.
They absolutely are.
Yeah.
Well, you wonder why I mentioned them earlier, doesn't it?
Foreshadowing in a role-playing game.
Oh, actually, Javier, I didn't notice where you were. While you're fighting the rats, you suddenly noticed that there appears
no member of the Laxton family who was one that you mentioned earlier as well.
No, don't remember the Laxtons were post-war.
Oh yes, they're new money, aren't they?
They're new money.
Do not like the term new money.
While you're sort of fighting these rats and throwing them off, you suddenly notice that basically suspended above you is a cage with a human skeleton in it. But that's by the by. Back to you.
Hire new decorators.
Indeed.
Okay. More stompage.
More stompage. A 4 will hit them. Do your stomp. Oh, unfortunate. I do believe you...
Son of a beeswax. Okay.
What is their toughness? Their toughness is 5, I'm afraid.
Oh well.
Craig.
Are there more rats in the area?
Hopefully. Can you not see them? I'm only asking because I have night.
Because he's stuck in the wall. I think Craig.
Yeah.
See,
Oh.
yeah, I see.
Yeah. Sorry. No, I wasn't sure. This is the thing because obviously one of the things I'm looking forward to is they're putting in a new option, aren't they? So I can turn on what the players can see, and that will be very useful because it makes me because sometimes I don't realise that what NPCs are hidden and stuff. So that's why I was asking because
You click on the token, it should reveal what they can see. But he was stuck in the wall, which is why part of that map was revealed to him.
Well, it's only,
He was trying to do what thing he does, teleport through walls.
Indeed. Well, that's a hit.
Pity tried.
Indeed. That's a hit. And then with the stomp. Okay. Well, I'm going to be really evil there and say you did 1 whole point of damage, not the 7, I'm afraid, because you don't get your strength bonus when stomping on swarms, I'm afraid. So you go in, smacking away, killing rats left, right and centre. Because the idea is there's hundreds of the bloody things. It's like you're killing them, but it's not enough to sort of disperse the swarm. But it was a good attempt. John, you're quietly safe in the water there. I definitely haven't put any nasties in there, I wouldn't worry. Oh, can I make a notice check? Sorry, I forgot. You're in the water. Make a notice check. I will actually allow 2 because you've been in there for 2 rounds. I know you double clicked it, but that's not a problem, Alex, because you spot something on the bottom of the pool where you are now.
I will pick it up, whatever it is.
It appears to be a signet ring.
Cool.
It's covered in algae and, basically appears to have been down there for quite some time.
Okay, I'm quite fine with that. I will swish it around in the water a little bit to try and get some of the algae off. Do I notice anything else of interest in the water before I get out?
Make a common knowledge check. It appears to be... the signet ring appears to have the crest of the Linden family on it.
Okay, then I'm definitely going to look around for some more, because that's one of the 6.
Indeed.
I'm going to basically spend my turn searching the pond for more signet rings.
Okay, in that case,
And the connection to the Russian.
I'm just going to have the rats swarming all over Craig and Javier. Basically, Craig is shaken by the rats pouring over him. Javier is unfazed. And that brings us to Reg.
Well, Reg has to dive into the rats because loyalties are all that.
Yeah, I'm going to just quickly say I've got a bottle of flammable alcohol here, everyone.
Yeah, so does Reg, but he's not going to use it.
Okay. Reg, you are shaken as the rats swarm over you before you can act.
I will Benny to unshake.
Okay. That's how swarms are quite nasty.
You dive in because...
You dive in, the rats swarming all over you.
What? See, this is the nervousness. Do you want a Benny or do you not want a Benny? Oh, you don't!
Okay. Okay, Reg, I'm going to have some fun with this one then. So decide decide whether Javier's odds or evens, and then roll a dice of your choosing.
Whose trouser leg did it go up?
So what was that, sorry?
Decide whether Javier is odds or even, and then roll any dice of your choosing.
Odds.
Okay, you are going to brain Craig. Please roll your stomp damage as you basically trip and kick Craig in the shin.
Good kick.
That's not the shin.
That's not the shin. I think you hit the knee. Craig, I'm afraid that Reg has... You can obviously attempt to soak that if you want to, but otherwise you are going to take a wound as basically Reg puts your knee out.
Don't worry. Drink some vodka, you'll be fine.
Make a bigger roll, please. You need a 4. That's all you need. A nice 4. Yep, you're fine. Yeah, you're made of tougher stuff. Normal people, that would have put their knee out, but obviously you've been trained well by the Fire Brigade. And you withstand the very painful blow to the side of the knee. Kira!
The squeeze past Javier here.
Yep.
Who isn't used to this skinny little girl just pestering him, but do I need to... And she's going to slash at the sword.
Don't forget, the sword won't do you much good. So you could you basically you hit with a 7, which is fine, but you just roll strength for damage. You don't just make a strength check for damage because you can't. You can't kill enough. You have to sort of stomp and bash them and everything else. If that makes sense. Don't worry, it's not a critical fail. It's because it's for damage. So you did 1 point of damage. That is not a critical fail. So you were more than welcome to roll again if you so wish.
No, that's all right.
So you are stomping on them. That brings us to Ray.
Not the least bit afraid of them. They're just rats.
Yeah. Although I will point out to Javier and Reg and Craig, because I can't remember if any of you as players you haven't necessarily, but as characters you might not either. It has to be said that Kira, when she came striding along the corridor towards the rats, she's holding a silver scimitar right now in one hand. You had no idea where she was keeping it. Ray. You better do this accurately, otherwise this could cook.
I'm going to lob a bottle of very potent alcohol at these things. Is it throwing, is it? What's that?
It will be athletics, yeah. A critical failure here could be quite interesting for the rest of the party.
Oh, hopefully it doesn't.
Okay.
I'm going to Benny that.
I would say it is a missile weapon and therefore can deviate.
I'm going to not deviate and land where it needs to.
Okay, dokie. Don't worry about the setbacks. That's the only downside of that lovely extension.
What? They don't
just
fall
made
off the
a
edge.
could make a bottle of whiskey for one attack on the combat, couldn't I?
Yeah.
I may be shaking because he's burning booze. That's terrible.
Basically, I do actually quite like the fact that setbacks are basically you set them on fire, and they in their desperation to escape, a lot of them do literally jump into the darkness behind them. But congratulations, you have defeated the horrible problem of the rats. Back to Patrick.
Sorry, Greg.
Back to Patrick for a second there. So where were we? You got the names, didn't you? There appears to be much discussion. You're not sure. Unfortunately, it seems that it's all mostly whispered. You're not entirely sure what's going on. You do hear you do gather stuff about eternal life and sacrifice and all that. And you do that. There is something about. I've lost my notes. You do. There is very much something about. Basically, sacrifice is required, and an offering to, and then some name that you don't understand. Is not English, and it's basically mostly unpronounceable syllables here and there, but definitely doesn't fill you with much joy, as it sounds slightly demonic and sort of dark worldish. And
Not Nyarlathotep, is it?
no. And the last image you get two more images. You get the last images you get is that each of the individuals, of the 5 individuals that you notice actually, all walk up to the strange altar over there, mutter some incantation, then wince in pain and walk off that way. Each of them holding their left hand, which where you can see blood flowing from it. And John Acker does that, Samuel Garrick does it, Charles Marlowe does it, Archie Sidney does it, and George Unwin does it. And from here, as basically, and then the last thing you see is Kelsey Linden walking up with a slight smirk upon his face, as he seems to be looking down. And he doesn't do anything, and he follows them off in the direction of that. And that's where I shall leave it for 5 minutes, as it's a good point to take a quick 5-minute break. I hope you enjoyed it so far. We shall be back shortly.
So the rule is
Slimes are
always
gone.
go last when giving ritual sacrifices.
And
Yeah.
those of you who were near Kira, once the storms are gone, you look to see her scimitar and you don't see it anywhere.
Since we're all mind linked, once the fight is done, Patrick is going to transmit to you what he's getting from the chair. So that's going to be really weird for all of you. And Marlowe's going to be totally freaked out.
As you all see everything there. Indeed. But yes, I say, well, just, I don't know if I've got the good old fashioned intermission one, but I don't really want to. Yes, I do. Ha! I do have it. Will it work? That's the question, because it always gets a bit funky. So, yep, no. I'd have to do it another way. I do hate the certain things they broke when they well, it's a good thing that you have to drag from the combat tracker these days, but it is annoying sometimes when I want to do clever little things. Here we go. Then we'll put Craig over here. We'll put John over here. Put me down there. We'll put Reg over here. Where's Kira? There's Kira. There's Javier. Javier, I should say. Who have I forgotten? Reg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and Patrick's missing. So there we go, guys. It's intermission time, folks, and we shall return shortly. Oh.
Share the intermission screen.
Back then, we'll be right back.
It's the intermission screen.
You forgot to share it.
That doesn't help anyone.
He all that trouble to get it set up.
He didn't even hand out popcorn either.
Right.
You didn't share the picture.
Rightio. Oh, dear me.
Didn't share the AFK picture.
Did I not? Silly
No.
me. Thank you. I spent so much time sorting it out, I forgot to share it. Oh, are we having fun yet?
Also, you didn't give us any popcorn, which is annoying. Yeah, it's very good. Very fun. Apart from the popcorn.
Funny you should say that's a 5e map. 5e map, because it absolutely is.
Yeah, it looks like a 5e map.
It's I found a bunch of 5th edition adventures written all from the Arcane Library. They're all very, very good adventures. I like them, and what I like about them is I found that that you can tweak them to quite a lot of settings. So, I've done, so this is I think the 3rd or 4th of the adventures I've run there. So there's a nice bundle offer at the moment. I think $50 gets you all of them, and they all include maps and everything. But I will probably end up using all of them. So if you're going to play on your games, don't read them.
Yeah, no, I won't. I've got no time for 5e games anymore.
Well, no, but that's the point. I'm buying them and I'm savaging them. So obviously this one I've made it turned into a modern adventure. So, and I used another one of the ones for the Dark Ages. So the others I'm saving up for Pathfinder, I suspect.
How long do you reckon that's going to take to get converted over? Quite a while, won't it, I suppose?
I don't know. Well, given that they haven't finished the, I haven't checked today actually, but given that the PDF's on the 3rd update and I'm still finding mistakes in it, and other people are, I reckon it'll at least get to 1.3 minimum, and then I don't know how long after that.
Probably like end of the year or something, isn't it? Probably.
Yeah.
For it to be ready on fancy grounds.
Well, like I say, it's down to... Well, it really depends, because obviously Akio, understandably, isn't going to start the conversion till it's properly out, but I'm impatient, and I want to... I'm making the module I'm doing it. I'm doing it the hard way. I'm doing it the same. You think I'd learnt my lesson after other settings I won't mention here, but where they rewrote their rule book multiple times. But this time,
I mean, most of the time when they do a rewrite, they're not doing a complete rewrite, are they? They're only just
no. Whereas I say this other product, which I will not name, that basically I completed and then took 13 months because they did 3 more rewrites of the entire book before it got released. And they were extensive rewrites. So yeah, I am making life harder for myself by not waiting. But
if they don't do massive rewrites, you'll be ahead of the game. See, and then we can have it in fantasy grounds quicker. See?
Well, no, because there won't be a rule set for it. I'll have the modules will be done, but there won't be a rule set for it.
Just Pathfinder we're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm abusing that. Sorry, Kevin, I'm abusing you.
That's fine.
Why are you abusing him for?
So they've released, archetypes. Can't set one. Rise of the Royal Lords is so core rulebook's still at 1.2, but they released the book, first adventure of Rise of the Royal Lords and Hollow's Last Hope. So yeah, no, basically my Tuesday games of the after. I've not run out of ideas as such, but I've run out of the published adventures and ways to tweak and back off the published adventures. So the Kickstart for the After is going to release 3 more adventures later in the year. So I found myself going, oh, what the hell, we'll just stop. I'm almost got this idea that I'm almost intrigued to play. I'm going to do Savage Pathfinder using the Suede rule set and playtest it with and with the modules that will be changing, characters will be changing, and it will help us work out exactly what needs to be changed on the Savage rule set to support Savage Pathfinder. So that's the logic I'm using.
So what I'm doing is I'm generating characters, and if there's an issue, I'm trying to fix it by using a tag.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, and if we do that, that's an easy fix. And
Yeah.
if we get to a scenario where I cannot fix it, then it's I was going to have to program it, unfortunately, as a last resort. You know.
Yeah. The one I find
The Pathfinder Savage Worlds for Pathfinder Savage Worlds is going to be. It's going to have its own. It's going to be. You don't need Savage Worlds to play it. Is that going to be the same with the book with the?
Yes,
Grounds?
it will. It's going based on what was said in the Kickstarter. If you backed it at the virtual tabletop level in the Kickstarter, you for $30 you will get the Savage Worlds rule set for your which one of the three virtual tabletops that are out there. I only know of one, Fantasy Grounds, so I can't begin to tell you what the other two are, even if they
don't. The other two don't actually exist. They're with someone's imagination.
Yeah, I know one starts. One of them's the F word,
and one of them's the R word. Yeah,
and the other one starts with R. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's $40.
Cough.
PG-13. So, but yeah, so $40 will get you the Savage Worlds rule set, but it'll be a complete standalone. It will be a completely separate. It won't be this. If you own Savage Worlds and you want to play Savage Pathfinder, you will buy when you buy it. It will be a whole new rule set. You know what I mean? But it will work the same way that Savage Worlds Deluxe does, in the fact that Savage Worlds Deluxe is actually. For all intents and purposes, it's almost like an extension, but it's overlaid on top of the Suede rule set. So basically, the Suede rule set is the one that gets developed, and then the Savage Worlds Deluxe rule set sits on top of that and just changes bits so that it's the core code doesn't change. And Akil said that's how he's going to do Pathfinder. So at the end, it's from a support perspective. So at the end of the day, all he has to do is support. Make the changes to Savage Worlds rule set, and then just make sure that Deluxe and Pathfinder work together. Doug has said there will be an extension release that will let you load Pathfinder books into Savage Pathfinder, and vice versa. Which is why when I'm doing all the stuff I'm doing on the module, I'm making lots of lovely, pretty graphics and everything to make the module look really nice. But I'm making sure I don't do anything in the module that means it won't work if you don't load the Pathfinder rule set in, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm using like all the frames and stuff. I'm completely reskinning them, and so it's quite interesting. It looks lovely in Pathfinder, but some of them will look bloody awful in the Savage Worlds rule set. But it will still work and won't cause errors. So I'm spending my time on that. So, is everybody back yet? There's Javier and Craig's back. He's still in the I'm away column. I'll move him myself. We're just waiting on Javier. So, Patrick, what I will say is, that's okay. Right, so its intermission is over, folks. Let's all leave the lobby. Patrick, I am slightly retconning some of the information I gave you, in that after basically what you then see is Linda. So obviously you saw them all head off that where I put in the arrow. A bit later on, yeah. Lyndon walks back on his own. He heads off down there for quite some time. And then as you see him striding through the water, he takes off what appears to be a ring and just drops it in the water and just walks away. And then the next thing you see is a man being followed by a woman heading off that way.
Presumably several decades later.
Yeah. Funny enough, today, in fact.
I don't at any point see a young lady that looks like the ghost.
Oh, I forgot about her. Sorry, so yes, in between, I do apologise. So in between the time where you see them having multiple meetings here, and before they all move over to the altar and say some incantation and then walk off with blood flowing from their left hand. At one point, Lyndon does appear to walk through here with some what you assume are flunkies carrying a moving object. When I say moving, it looks like something like tied up in a sack or something. The flunkies and him come back, but the package doesn't. Sorry, I completely forgot about the girl for there.
That's fine. All of this will be shared with through the mind link.
I have extensive notes and lots of clues, and then obviously you went and get all the information away I wasn't expecting.
Sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. I just meant I forgot to give you
got
pertinent information.
You got rid of mind reading because and changed it for this because mind reading spoiled an adventure. I'm really sorry.
It doesn't actually matter. You were meant to find the information. You don't. Finding the information out doesn't actually affect the adventure. It just affected the way I tell it to you, which is why I forgot pertinent points in the order.
So I'm going to turn to John and say, "Do not bring up Q."
So, well, the rats have been put down. For those that are over here, there appears to be some rickety old bridge going across. And appears to be... Kira's standing under one, but there appears to be some cages with what look like skeletons in them, and they're all hanging from the ceiling. Nels...
Child-sized skeletons.
No, they appear to be adult-sized skeletons. Nell's flipped over some bit of parchment and she's just she's scribbling away with a pencil, drawing something. Looks like a well, actually, it appears to be 6 men and one woman, and they all appear rather similar to the way you all look. She's obviously quite a good artist. But anyway.
Patrick, does she not look a bit kind of sprightly for a child down here? She's not quite... I'd imagine she'd be quite freaked out at this stage. And she's not.
She's still... she is still affected by the soothings.
Right. Well, that makes sense.
And she feels safe with us.
Indeed.
So,
I wonder
What is he over there, Red? Is it a dead end?
If they walk through the room, where did they go when they walk through the room?
Kira's not sure what way to go because she's curious about this bridge.
Library back. There's a library back here. They must have been leaving the table and going through to the library.
There's treasure chests in here.
Patrick's staying here looking after Nell.
I forgot to delete the treasure chest off the map. Okay, actually, from your perspective, no, the treasure chest. There is one. I know the map shows 2, but that is obviously a trick of the light. There is in fact 1. It just appears to be lying on the floor, open, and discarded.
Fair enough.
Patrick, you might want to go into the back of the cave because there's a library there.
Okay, well, somebody...
Oh, hang on. Someone's been into the library. Sorry, I unlocked the tokens. I didn't notice. Someone went into the library. Okay.
Yeah, peeked around.
There's 2 bodies. There are 2 bodies in the library. Hang on. I definitely need to lock these bloody tokens.
Yeah, because he said that people walked away from the table, and I presumed that they went round the corner.
Right. First things first. Okay. First things first. There appears to be 2 bodies in the library, but more importantly, Craig's decided to walk across the bridge.
Kira, so you better move her back if you don't want her to.
So it's Kira. Kira stepped on the bridge as well.
Okay. Who went across the bridge first? Craig or...
Craig, and Kira stayed right behind me.
Okay. Okay, Craig, you get to there. Can I have an agility check, please? As basically the wooden struts beneath you just go and you're left hanging by the ropes. Oh, you're absolutely fine. You are
I
fine.
just disconnect. The server crashed, or thingy, mine crashed.
Okay.
I disconnected again, put my desktop back the way I wanted it, and then quit so that it remembers the layout for next time.
Okay.
So
I have unlocked the tokens in because I didn't notice people were moving across, because obviously the Craig actually survives and he gets across the rest of the whole area without any problems at all, therefore not falling down the pit, not needing rescuing, and not taking 66 falling damage. Okay, in the meantime, back where I forgot, back. That's why I should put in traps to trap people when they move off certain places, even if they're not traps, just to keep them at bay. So there are 2 bodies in the library, Reg. From the description Cecil gave you earlier, you get the impression that they are Victor and Naomi Brisley, Nell's parents.
Okay, I changed mine. Patrick, don't bring.
Now, the other thing, Patrick, is I do believe someone walked down there, walked down the other side. I think Javier walked down there and commented that the area where basically Kelsey Linden spent an awful long time was a dead end, which you're not.
Doesn't seem right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, would someone come and just look after Nell for a moment?
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Can't resist it.
Okay. And if anyone is examining the parents, they appear to be unconscious.
Good.
Both of them appear to have cuts and bruises, as if they were possibly attacking each other.
And they don't look like they were ate by rats.
No, I think fortunately the rats came from you lot before, and obviously met you before they hit them. Okay.
So I'll check out a rock in this room and go back. I'm gonna use the from its beginning of its existence, but just rewind back to around the 1930s and find when he spent a lot. There we go.
You basically see him open a secret door. Okay. Where are we? So we are in.
I could try and rouse the parents.
Yes, indeed, you can try rousing the parents. You will be able to do so. And has anyone got healing? Because Javier's bleeding.
I've got healing.
Someone might want to deal in before the golden arrow runs out, and we have
I
to
will
worry
heal
about.
Javier.
We have to worry about rabies. Not that there is any in this country, but obviously this is an alternative, so maybe there is. Also, has anyone actually gone over to the altar where I sort of implied the interestingly gruesome things were happening? No, you're all just running off exploring places, aren't you?
Well, I was intending to go back there later, but other things have cropped up.
Fate favours the bold. Whichever hero receives a Benny. I got a Benny for my heal. That means. Don't know if that's how it works.
Don't.
I'm going to start murdering players in a minute. Okay, right.
Javier failed to resist your healing check.
Right. Okay. I'm looking tokens for a second because I'm just trying to keep ahead of my notes. So, okay. So, attempting to recover the parents will allow you to do so. The story you will get from them is basically from Naomi and I've forgotten his name already. Naomi. Where's my notes gone? Naomi and oh crap on a stick in the library. Victor, Nell's parents. Basically, it appears that Victor suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, muttered something about finding his body, and then proceeded to stomp out the room. Naomi desperately tried to stop him, but he wouldn't respond to anything, and he led them. He basically proceeded to come all the way down here, and basically got as far as the rockfall here, and then came into the library and started getting angry and turned and started attacking Naomi. At which point she lost consciousness and she doesn't know what happened to him. This was, and it would be about probably about half an hour or so before the ghost went for Nell. Having successfully rescued, making my life easier, having successfully rescued the parents, they decide they really don't want to be down here anymore, and thanking all of you profusely, they take their daughter and rush out of the place as fast as they can.
That's what I was going to suggest. I also tell them, when you cross through the water, do not look down.
Indeed.
On the other side of the water, you will find some steps. Take those up to the storeroom. Then go up the ladder. You're back in the inn.
Oh, and if Lord Lyndon turns up, you know nothing. You've never been down here. Just in case.
Okay, so right, that brings us up to that. Then I'll deal with the books in the library in a bit. In the meantime, we have got this room here. So this interesting room here has 5 identical chests, identical to the apparent. So that one chest outside is actually. I know what that is. The reason it looks like there's 2 chests out the other side of the secret door, it's actually one chest broken in 2. Aha. But these other 5 all match. The one outside had the word Linden written on it. Each of these chests all appear to be locked. They have big sturdy locks on them, and each one has a name on it: Acker, Garrick, Marlowe, Sydney, and Unwin.
Well, Marlowe, one of these has got your name on it. Why don't you see if it just happens to be unlocked?
Yeah, that's exactly what Marlowe's going to do. He's going to go over, and if he needs to, he will use his thievery to open the Marlowe chest.
Okie dokie. I forgot Marlowe was Marlowe. Obviously, distant relation. Obviously, a distant relation. Yeah, but you will have to use thievery to adjust the padlock, which you do. It's old and rusty. Okay.
And this whole time you've been saying Marlowe, and he's been like super paranoid about how come my name is all this stuff.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Okay, so what you find inside is nothing extraordinary, but it's interesting. It appears to be neatly folded and placed clothes. The chests seem to be very good quality. They've obviously got good steel. They appear to sort of appear to be 1930s. There appears to be identification papers and wallets and other bits and jewellery and all sorts. It looks like each of the individuals put their in this case it looks like Charles Marlowe, according to Patrick. Charles Marlowe, according to Patrick, was the name. Appears to have stored all of his personal belongings in this area in a chest that obviously was intended to keep them in there safe and secure for quite some time. Obviously,
you didn't have
the
a
money's...
great uncle called Charles or anything like that, did you, Marlowe?
Actually, I think I may have.
He went missing in the 1930s. And it was also the same time that, around the same time that Charles was the only male heir of the line back then. In fact, actually, John Acker, Samuel Garrick, Charles Marlowe, Sidney Archie, and George Unwin were all the prominent and last surviving male heirs of all of those families at the time. And it was believed they were all killed in some sort of boating accident because they all disappeared one day and were never seen again.
Yeah, the government got a hold of them. I mean,
Well, exactly.
that's what they were experimenting on me, is because somehow I'm related, and they're trying to see how their effects were generationally.
Lunatics are on the grass.
The only problem with the line of sight map, or the only problem with the line of sight on this is it actually blocks your way through that very narrow gap. Okay, Reg, you're over by the altar.
Now the child's out of the way. I was going to look at the scary altar.
Yes, there appears to what you see on the scary altar. Well, it's not a lot really, but you get the impression possibly because the rats may have been through here more than once. It appears that to be all sorts of interest. It appears all sorts of stuff's been affected and knocked about and everything. But looking on the altar and around it and on the floor and everything, eventually you are able to search up and find nearly enough bones to make five little fingers. Enough, yeah. They all appear to be neatly severed with a very sharp knife, and 5 signet rings that match quite similar to the one that, assuming Marlowe showed it to anyone, the one he found in the water. The 5 signet. Yeah.
6 rings in total, then.
Yeah, the 5 signet rings are all of the same design, and each has the family crest for each of them. One's the Acker crest, one's the Garrick crest, one's the Marlowe crest, one's the Sydney crest, and one is the Unwin crest.
3 rings missing. It's 1 ring to rule them all.
The Linden ring.
In the meantime, Craig, having avoided the perilous fall across the rope bridge, you've squeezed through the very narrow passage there to the other side of the rockfall that seems to have occurred at some point in the past to find 2 very ornate-looking doors. They basically appear. They do not appear to want to open when you try to open them. You can see that there is an impressive lock, but no key in there. The doors are metal and inscribed in disturbing images that we won't go into, but they're not pleasant to look at. And
well, presumably, if there's 6 of us all wearing rings and we open the chest and take the cloaks out,
there aren't any cloaks.
Well, there's nothing in the chest. I thought there was clothing in the chest.
There was everyday clothing in the chest, as if someone was packed away their clothes in the chest.
Well, maybe you just need the signet rings to unlock the door. Maybe they're keys.
Actually, I like that. Yeah. There's 6 interesting impressions in the door. Frantic record there.
Since Kira is in that room with the 5 skeletons hanging in baskets, Patrick is going to send over his mind link, presuming that Reg has told us about the 5 little fingers on the altar there. Could Kira just check the nearest skeleton and see if it's missing the bones from the little finger on its left hand?
Well, the ones in the cage.
The implication is that he did not make the sacrifice.
The ones in the cage.
It is dangling above your head. You will have to. You probably need someone to give you a lift up, or you're going to have to find some way to. You'll probably have to try and climb up the wall on the other side, and then sort of jump across to the cage to examine it. It is dangling about 6 feet above the ground.
I can give her a boost if that's what we need to do.
Be my guest. In the meantime, actually, if you're going to give her a boost, I'll come back to the library afterwards. There we go. So, giving Kira a boost up, Kira, you're able to see. Well, you observe 2 things actually. One, all the skeletons appear to have all their fingers, and 2, they appear to sort of, they've all basically got all their bones wired together, and they even have a hook in the top of their heads. That appears to be what they're hanging from in the cages.
Is this some sort of set decoration?
It is quite possibly some sort of was purchased from some sort of. Not saying they weren't necessarily human bones originally, but you definitely get the impression that this is very much staged, if that makes sense.
None of them are.
By the way, is that bridge still there?
None of them have got spatters of clothing or jewelry on them.
No, nothing at all. No, the bridge is there. It does have an extra big hole in it where Craig put his foot through earlier. But yeah, the rope bridge is still there.
Just wonder if it might be a clever idea to get rid of this. Can you get rid of the rocks in the middle?
You could spend some time clearing the rocks if you so wished. Yes, it would take some time to do. Probably a couple of hours to shift them. Well, in fact, I could turn it into a dramatic task, and the more successes means the quicker you can clear the rocks.
It's just that if you needed to if you do use the keys to open the big doors, and you wanted to run away really fast, it would be quite nice to have a passage through the rocks.
You know, Lord
just in case the rope bridge is no longer there, or it breaks. I mean,
perhaps before we do that, Lord Kelsey London that we saw in the vision, very, very close resemblance to the current Lord Kelvin Lynn. Almost uncanny, I'd say.
Lovely. So he sacrificed these people for immortality?
Maybe we should, rather than going through the doors, just go and have a word with Lord Dindon.
Are we ready to tackle?
Nah, we need to find out what's going on here first so that we know what we're confronting him about.
Yes. I do not wish to try it.
Okay.
Doors near me.
Craig, can I have a notice check from you, please? Someone appears to be someone appears to be standing in front of you.
Dust is back.
She literally came through the doors, and she stares at you, and then basically goes back through the door.
Telling me to follow?
Yeah, basically.
Are the doors open or?
I'm afraid when you try and follow her through the door, it doesn't work. Obviously, the door is locked, but she appears to be getting more anxious and frustrated that you refusing to follow her.
Don't say that.
Is there a lever or anything in the area that I can look for, or?
Not that you can see. As I say, the doors are quite ornate, very disturbing images on them, and 6 interesting indents around the handle.
Like they might fit a finger?
Like a signet ring, yes.
So does Reg know that the ghost is pleading for him to go through the door?
Well, not probably. Well, there are. If assuming Craig's shouting stuff.
Or if Craig uses the mind link to let Patrick know.
Oh, of course you can. You've got the mind link, yeah. If Craig, but yeah. I'm afraid, Ray, you cannot walk through the solid wall of rockfall there.
Well, I'm afraid Reg is going to run as fast as possible to help her.
Be careful on that bridge. You almost went through it before. Kira had already started across when she got disrupted. So can she go ahead and cross?
Of course you can. Let's see what happens. Kira gets across without incident. Let's see what happens.
We've been given the information about the 6 indentations in the door. Before going anywhere, Patrick's going to say, so we now need 6 signet rings. How many did you find, Reg?
Reg found 5.
5. We need number 6.
So where
did Marlowe get one? Marlowe got one off the bottom of the pool.
Yeah, but Marlowe's not told us that yet. Hang on, I seem to remember Lyndon dropped something in the pool. We need to go and look in that pool of water, see if maybe that was the ring that he dropped.
said that the doors have strange markings. Can I do an occult roll to see if I can figure out what they mean?
Yes, you can.
And Patrick will head to the water to look for the ring.
Did Marlowe not pick it up?
Yes, he did, but he's never told us that he picked it up because that was before.
Point taken. Yep. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you go searching for the ring. You'll spend some time and you won't find the ring. Kira, well, it's been bugging you for a while. The Eternal Scions and everything else. Where is it? The door's quite ornate, and again the ghost. For now, the ghost's gone back through the doors again. She seems very frustrated, but she's gone back through the doors for now. Especially when Kira turned up. The doors seem to be sort of displaying some sort of ritual. But it doesn't look right. You're not entirely sure, but. Something about the notes and the parchments back on the table, and with the doors and everything. What you realise is, and also the thing about the eternal scions, the word eternal, it almost looks like some sort of vampire cult. From the information you've got there, it would appear that basically. It would appear that by performing a ritual and sacrificing an innocent and burying them, basically it appears to be burying themselves in the earth beneath the flowing blood, you will be granted eternal life. The only thing is, because you got the raise on your occult roll, the only thing is, as far as you can tell, it's all bollocks and wouldn't work.
It's all bollocks and wouldn't work. I love it. Yeah.
It's basically just there's flaws in the ritual, and you would not be granted eternal life. You would be damned and cursed for all eternity.
So they're being suckered.
That's a bit of a cock.
It could well be that. Yeah, they could well have been. Yeah.
Can we just smash this door down?
Cock up or suckered. Yeah, either someone got it wrong, or as you say, if they're being suckered, then quite possibly, yeah, someone literally set them up. You don't know.
Could I maybe get some help here? I can't find the ring. I'm sure I saw him drop it in the water, but I can't find anything.
Can me and Craig kick this door down?
I get the impression Marlo
Wait.
Okay. Oh.
This is I think is the ring that you're missing. Marlo will walk up and hold it to him, but I think this may also be the guy that was involved in scamming everybody else.
You could have mentioned the ring earlier before I got on all fours in the water.
I said I had a ring.
You didn't say you had the ring.
We've got rings. Can we kick this door down?
No, it's very solid.
Well,
Yeah, I want to get in there. It sounds like if the ghost is in trouble, the ghost needs rescued. So I want to go in there.
if you've got the ring, let's take it and see if we can help Eliza out.
I thought I'd unlocked the tokens earlier, but I have certainly unlocked the tokens now.
All right. Do we need to make a roll to go across here?
There's 3 of you, isn't there? Hang on a second.
Well, we'll go one at a time, surely.
Yeah, I know, but hang on a sec. Oh crap! Who went first? Oh crap!
John Marlowe went first.
Okay, John Marlowe, agility check, please, and whoever went second, agility check, please. Both of you were unlucky. Marlowe makes it at -2, and whoever went second, Patrick. Basically, shouldn't have to. Yeah, you're both fine. Basically, there are now 3. Oh, actually, look at that. It's almost as if the artwork knew. There are now 3 holes in that rope bridge, as each of you stops yourself plummeting.
Pile of junk that Patrick James stand on. Is that not a way of? Can we not go down into the thing below?
What thing below?
Is that a shortcut down
What?
into the?
Well, that's a
Say,
rockfall. That's a rockfall.
Yeah.
Yeah. As I
We
said,
can go down it. We just can't go up it.
no, you
So
have
it's
no.
all
It's floor to ceiling. You spend a few hours excavating it. You certainly could get through, but you'll have to clear it. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
We won't bother doing that.
Well, someone wanted to, but then I added the go. Well, then someone else wanted to go back, and then the ghost appeared. So you suddenly rushed in heroically.
Patrick's going to take one of the rings from Reg,
Okay.
and if it happens to be the Marlowe one, we'll pass it to Marlowe. If it doesn't, he'll put it on and look at everybody else and say, "Come on, by our powers combined."
Okay, so it would appear that Marlowe just disconnected. My connections. Pardon me.
no evil
Connections.
shall escape our sight.
Indeed.
The,
But anyway.
the ring's not going to the indentations.
They do indeed. Allow
I was
you-
going for the put the ring on and push it in the.
Yeah. The rings actually go in the indentations, yeah. And then allow you to open the doors.
So does that mean we like the door?
Okay, so what then happens is, the door opens, and you.
Because if you like it, you're going to put a ring on it, right?
And if it's in darkest day and blackest night, do we hear an F sharp ring out as we open the door?
No, I know the reference, but I can't place it right now. Okay, I'm definitely looking.
that
Joking.
Green Lantern?
Someone's supposed to.
Yeah, beyond
Oh, the
sea.
Green Lantern, yeah. So, Xavier is the first to go in, so I shall freeze everything as we get to there. So, the unlocked doors opened into a packed dirt cave. An obsidian altar rests in the east side in an alcove. A skeleton in a moth-eaten dress lies on its surface. The ghost of Eliza gazes down mournfully at her body. 5 polished mahogany coffins fill the alcove opposite the altar. Each has a name inscribed upon it: Acker, Garrick, Marlowe, Sidney, and Unwin. Brown flaking stains run from gutters on the altar into the packed dirt floor. What does everyone do?
It's not creepy.
How can the same shit happen to the same group of people twice?
How much time has passed since our earlier combats and stuff? Because most of these effects would be gone now, wouldn't they?
They probably would, actually. I will also give you 5 power points back, so because you've been down here at least an hour. Oh god, the mind link shouldn't have faded, but don't worry about it. I'm not. You know what I mean, I'm not going to put it. We know you're all mind. 30 minutes actually. The mind link's faded as well by now.
Well, so that's why I said I'll take 4 power points back and maintain the mind link.
Yeah, I know, but don't worry. We know you got the mind link going. Okie dokie. So, Craig,
The combat tracker, please.
you won't need the combat tracker. There's no combat.
I like looking at it because it makes me feel confident that we're going to fight stuff.
Okay, so
Maybe.
yeah. Craig advances towards the ghost and the coffin, at which moment, without any warning whatsoever, the ground beneath the bloodstains explodes outwards, revealing some individuals. They basically they literally pour out of the ground, and basically, obviously, Craig's the nearest. They look very dead. They look very, very unpleasant. And
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's the Manfreds.
And yeah, and they all appear to be wanting to pull Craig's face off. And my God, 2 of them got Benny jokers.
What's it with you and Benny's at the minute?
I don't know.
Yeah, last game you got 5 jokers in the row.
Oh, you are kidding me! Please tell me I didn't. Ah! That's the noise a GM makes when he realises he's just added 5 bad guys to the combat tracker without putting their bloody attacks in without remembering to add their attacks.
At least you can drag the attacks onto them.
Yes, you
just drag it
can.
on, can't you?
You can, yeah. But yeah, what's really nice is in the next update, you can add it to the NPC, and it will update all entries on the combat tracker. Anyway, this Eternal Soil number 5, claws at Craig, bursting out of the ground beneath his feet, and basically tries to devour him, but take chunks of flesh out of him anyway. Okay, and oops, it doesn't matter. Eternal Soil number 3 will do the same thing. He will claw Craig. Missing. Eternal Scion number 2. He could also get to Craig, so he's going to go for Craig, because Craig is his nearest.
Craig's going to be in trouble.
Craig, what did you do?
I've hit Craig.
Get out of there.
Bonus +3.
Craig is shaken by that attack. That brings us to Javier. I wonder how many... Yeah, okay.
Right. And then I will martial art, Eternal Scion.
The original Eternal Scion.
The unnumbered Eternal Scion.
Yeah, what I should do actually is for fun. Not that you... Well, actual fact, someone will be able to tell the difference between them. So,
he's not a scion. He's a free man.
He's not a number. I'm not a number. I'm a free man. There we go. What was it? Why did it do all that rolling?
Did you mean to attack him, or just kind of feint and make him confused?
I meant to attack him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's only basic. No, don't reroll. I can drag it in. What it is basically if you, because of an extension I'm using which basically automates tests, you have to use the combat tab for combat, and then the fighting tab for making fighting tests, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. So I actually get a +1 because I'm a martial artist. So that's really should be a 7.
That really should be a 7. Okay, I shall ignore that.
I don't know if that's a raise.
Okay, so now you get to roll your damage. So Eternal Scion Akka takes a wound. I decided I should name them. So you know which one you're attacking. You all know. Unfortunately, for some reason, you are all able to tell which one's which because you incapacitated him. Interesting.
Well, they got their middle initials on their chest.
Yes, indeed. You You put down one of the Eternal Scions. They're not that eternal, are they? And they should allow you to end your turn because I'm being a
They
good
get
boy.
knocked down, but they get up again.
Right.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Mr. Ray Moorcroft.
They get knocked up, but they stay down again.
Have we lost Mr. Ray Moorcroft?
No.
What's your plan, sir?
Well, I was going to lob an axe at Sydney.
Be my guest.
I'm going to penny that. No, that's a rubbish penny. I'm going to penny it properly. Son of a fish. That's better. Good, right. That's what I wanted.
Okay, so Sydney goes
That'll
down.
do.
Sydney goes down as well. These
Then
Eternal
I'm going to move up here.
So
Just
I must
cover my
say,
head.
I'm worried that these are incapacitated with 1 wound. It means these are not the big bads.
What? Are you metagaming?
I said we should go and see Linda.
Patrick James, don't go over there, dude, because he might open the big bads up while we're still dealing with the little bads.
The big bad's not down here, but Patrick's going there for a kind of story type reason.
Oh, for crying out loud, the whole fantasy grounds is frozen. There we go.
You skipped, yeah, okay. I skipped and then someone else.
I think what happened is because my game froze, something happened. Okay, so Craig should. Oh, Craig's going to unshake, so I'm going to be nice about that. Okay, so Patrick's going over there. He's doing some weird stuff with. Oh God. I always worry when he starts putting down large burst templates. If he's talking, we can't hear him.
Right, Patrick's going to go over there, and those three central coffins just happen to be Marlowe, Unwin, and Garrick's for reasons. And he's going to touch the coffins and use his psychometric powers to cast confusion upon all three of them selectively, so it doesn't affect the ghost of Eliza or Craig or Ray.
Acker, Garrick, Marlowe, Sydney, Unwin, if we're being pedantic.
All right. Well, I will spread myself out over the ones that are the appropriate ones, and let's try and get a raise on that. That'll do.
Confusion if he fails a smart check. Okay.
At -2 because I got the raise.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Distracted and vulnerable, I believe.
Yeah, all three of them because they were at -2. So the one that rolled before with the Joker bonus still failed.
I do love the autocomplete. Makes life so much easier. Just type dis, press. Oops. Yeah, just type dis, then type vul, and press tab after each one, and they're distracted and vulnerable. Doing anything else, sir?
No, that's me done.
That brings us to Craig, who unshakes from the shock of creatures undead bursting out of the ground and trying to eat him.
I still have that chair leg with me, so I'm going to swing it like a bat, starting from the right to the left.
Are you multi-actioning, or are you just going to? What I'm trying to say is, you're making one attack, or are you going to attack all three, or any combination of the two?
I'm going to make the one attack for now on the Garrett.
Go for it. That looks like it might be a hit. Let's have a look. It is a hit. Roll the damage. 6 points of damage will just not be enough to hurt him, I'm afraid. But you have some bennies if you want to re-roll the damage. Oh!
Not least that.
What a bunch of brave individuals spending all their bennies.
Nope.
Silly individuals will spend all their bennies, but look, we know we like it.
That's the idea. If you're spending your bennies, it means I'm giving out enough, which is good. Which I always
giving
notice.
out for like 30 seconds.
And what I have noticed is when I get the console errors, I'm more stingy with giving out bennies, which is subconscious and not me. It's just me fed up with having to click close before I can give out another benny. At least with classic, you could leave the console hidden behind the game and just ignore it. Anyway, sometimes I miss classic. Marlo.
Made a post on the forum about that, making the console just a little ping in the corner.
Anyway,
whole screen.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to reshare the map with me. I have internet issue and apparently missed all the shares. So
that's okay.
Okay, so let me see. I am way back here, and they are way over there, and 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can get close enough. So let's come to. How come I get? Because it's the angle. Do this different. Let's come to here. Still not going to be close enough, is it?
Oh, sorry. I'll move you back.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm cussing because I can't get to where I need to be. Either way, I'm going to go 3 to there. I just can't get. All right, I guess I'm going to have to run. I don't need a 1, so stop. I'll do that.
Hang on. 1, 2. Oh yeah, it's because of the diagonals, and actually that is. I should have turned on hexes, because.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
So
I will run to there. I will smack my distant relative.
Yeah, I should have turned on the hexes and unlocked tokens like I normally do, because obviously then you get straightforward measurements rather than square measurements. Because Fancy Grounds uses 5e calculations for squares. Oh!
Yeah. Sorry, Ray. Apparently, I swung way before I got there.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're going to have to roll damage on Ray and clunk him round the back of the head with the kosh.
Yeah, if you set it to alternative measurement, it should be okay.
Yeah.
You can you can still change the hex on the map. It doesn't take 2 seconds, does it?
No, I know.
But 5 square grids with alternative measurements that should measure diagonals.
Yeah. I can't remember where you change the alternatives. It's just I actually prefer that, because then you get nice circles and everything as well. Okay, basically, John Marlowe comes up, and it basically takes a swing at one of the scions, but unfortunately, in the jostling of the chaos and the combat and everything, that just as he swings it, Reg, you step in front of him and he clunks you on the back of the head.
Thanks, John, for hitting me on the head.
I want to make sure you're thinking straight.
It was up until you hit me on the head.
Kira,
I cannot end my turn because I don't have
I know, I moved it.
The scimitar reappears in hand.
Yep.
She squeezes in between the big guys. Wait, what the hell?
That kind of how it's good to go.
Okay, well, that's looking.
I think we're better than that, and I haven't spent any bennies at all this game. It didn't give me the raise that time, but I don't need it anymore.
You certainly don't. Down goes Marlowe. Marlowe is no longer eternal.
Uncle Charlie!
Reg moves to there.
Yeah, he's going to have to roll the run die and get that extra 1. And then knuckle duster the Unwin. I'm not going to Benny.
You're not going to Benny. Okay, that's the end of the round. Yep. New round with lots of bennies being given out by the computer.
Excellent.
Thanks, John Marlowe. I forgive you for hitting me on the head now because I've got a Benny.
It's all good.
He's just got all the power from his now properly dead ancestor flowing into him.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that.
So if you breathe him in, does he change from it being an An eternal.
Very good. Oh, I thought for a second I wasn't going to get console error there. Desktop scripts widget factory Benny. Thing is, I get the impression it's down to some underlying code in the particular campaign that causes it, because other ones don't get the console error. So it's very frustrating. I'll have to do some more testing. Was I getting it on Tuesday? I can't remember.
I think so. I think you mentioned it.
Yeah, maybe it's the latest update broke it again. Okay, Unwin is inhumed, to use a certain literary term. Okay. So obviously robbed of being able to kill Uncle Charlie, great Uncle Charlie, Mr. Marlowe there. You put down Unwin instead. Do you wish to do anything further or end your turn?
Well, I don't have the combat tracker, so I can't end my turn.
Oh, fair enough. You did say that earlier, but I misheard you.
That's all good. I am going to, however, since
Yep.
I do still have some move left, I'm
Yeah,
going to clamber over the sarcophagus and get to here so I can help with Garrick. Yes, I realize I'm moving through our witchy friend, but yeah. And that will be my...
Do I mean to give a Betty speech? Yeah, whenever one of the party gets dealt a joker, then everyone in the party gets a free Benny. And to make things more interesting and more pulpy, there are 4 jokers in this deck.
I think he meant for the internal ancestor joke.
Yes, I did. I did mean to give it to you for the internal ancestor joke, but seeing as I gave it to Craig, I'm not going to take it back.
My joke.
We need more of those kinds of mistakes.
Indeed. Right, to balance it out, I am now going, because I gave Craig a Betty, I'm going to basically frenziedly attack him in a desperate attempt to make him spend the Benny I just erroneously gave him.
Oh, no.
I think we need more in-jokes in general.
And I'm even going to do the thing that's usually... I always regret the second I do it. I'm spending a Benny to re-roll. And still missing both times.
Insert and jokes.
Mr. Rankins, sir.
Move up 1 and swing away at Garrett.
Mm-hmm. Please do. Put down.
He's going to get in his face.
I think don't work.
Sorry, a 4 with a gang up bonus of +1 is a 5, which still won't be enough. You need a 6.
There you go.
Which a 5 with a +1 gang up bonus of a 6 is a hit.
Finish him, Ray.
And 9 points of damage.
That'll get him.
Shakes him.
Oh.
Ah, nothing wrong with shaking. It's good sound tactical advice, shaking a bad guy. Ray recovers from being shaken.
Finish him.
And wants to move over in front of him.
Sorry. Doing up things behind the scenes.
I wasn't sure if you was waiting for me to talk or not, so I just started talking so you knew I was there.
It worked. It was very much a pay no attention to the man behind the curtain moments there, because I was doing stuff behind the curtains. Okay, you move to there. What do
Camera
you
on
do?
behind the curtain, we saw everything you were doing. I'm going to stab him with my knife.
You hit with a raise. 2 wounds. Well, as you kill Garrick, well, put him down.
Good show.
Good show indeed. Combat is at an end. Eliza floats over her birded corpse.
Poor Eliza.
Kyra's gonna go over there and she's gonna look around here for like a cloak or something that she can wrap the body, what remains of her body in,
Mhm.
so we can return it to the surface for proper identification and burial.
Yeah, we found your bones. Do you need us to bury them?
She looks at you and nods.
Do we need to get revenge, or have we already done that?
She nods.
Yeah, so Reg is going to pick up the body
Mhm.
and carry it forth.
Okie dokie.
Want some help because he might fall apart if you.
But he's compelled. She's asked for help, so he's compelled.
But do you want us to help the body carrying the body because you sling it over your shoulder, the arm might fall off.
So the head might fall off,
Yeah, exactly.
That's why Kira wrapped it in a
That's why
cloak.
Waif wrapped it up.
Yes.
Not
Yeah,
Waif.
Kira was going to wrap it up.
Kira did
That's why
wrap
not
it up, I
Waif
believe.
wrapped it up. Yeah.
Kira did wrap it up, I believe.
Yeah, she did.
He moved over to the body first.
Will we find a priest this time of night?
By
Return
the time
It'd be early morning.
it'll be early morning, so you won't have long to wait.
And we not only does we need to have her properly buried, we need to have her returned to the surface. So this was a cold case. This girl disappeared. They can close out their case now too.
Indeed, congratulations, you have solved the mystery of the haunting of Black Rose. Well done.
I suppose we could settle for a vicar.
But I think we still need to go and have a word with Lord Kelvin.
I agree.
Yeah,
Did those coffins over there?
I agree too. The current Lord Kelvin's name is suspiciously close to that of his ancestor.
And then he appears in the visions, or somebody like him appears in the visions.
Weren't there 6 involved in the rituals, but we have only 5 coffins and we had only 5 eternal scions. Somebody's missing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
only 5 people chopped their fingers off, and the one that didn't chop their finger off was Lord Kelsey Linden, who looks absolutely identical to the current Lord Kelvin Linden.
Yeah, and he didn't even change his name that much.
Oh,
I honestly think what happened here is that he played them, and they were the actual sacrifices for immortality. For Lord
Distortion of the
Kelsey
ritual.
Kelvin's immortality.
That's the distortion of the ritual. These guys were doing that.
Now, the police are never going to believe that he's the same person. We can hand Eliza's body over to them, and they can. That will put pay to a little bit of the cold case, and I'm sure Lord Kelvin would be put down as the ultimate murderer. But sorry, Lord Kelvin. But I think we need to confront Lord Kelvin ourselves.
Well, I suspect that even if they identified him as the murderer without special abilities, they're never going to take him.
Of course, they'll identify Lord Kelsey as the murderer back in the 30s, along with these 5 as well. But I think we should go.
Never mind the police. Never mind the police. If we identify him, then we just kill him.
Let's go talk to him.
I don't know about killing a lord.
The
care
innkeeper
less.
leave
Well,
the
I understand, but it tends to have repercussions.
leave the innkeeper with the body with the innkeeper. And he can make the necessary arrangements for a vicar and for the local authorities, constabulary, whatever, to notify them that this missing girl's body's been found. Take care of the pride. We don't need to concern ourselves with actually following and burial. We gotta go find the guy that's behind this because, again, he's not here.
I wonder if we should do some more research in the library first.
Yeah, but there is a little library there.
Yes, I just want to. I just wonder if there's a way to undo the whatever it was that he did to become immortal. That'll solve a lot of our problems, and we won't have to explain to the police why we beat the snot out of a lord.
Well,
I,
there's two aspects.
I don't care of the consequences. If he's killed these people, then he deserves to die.
Right, but I'm saying if there's a better way to handle it, then
I want to handle it by putting my hands around his neck and choking the living daylights out of him.
Reg. Patrick says, patting Reg on the shoulder. Hey, you remember G.I. Joe? Knowledge is half the battle. We'll do the knowledge thing, and you can do the red lasers and the blue lasers later, okay?
So consider that when somebody has extended their lives way beyond their normal lifespan, once they do die, their body is going to decay or deteriorate a lot more rapidly. So even if we have to kill him, his body itself should be evidence that he was not what he seemed.
Craig, what are you looking at?
See if I can open these coffins. Inside.
Yeah, you certainly can. Basically, you open up the coffin. It's very tatty and decayed in there, but you get the impression that it was probably once a very plushly, furnished coffin, as it were. Obviously, someone spent a lot of money on making sure they'd be very comfortable in what they believe was going to be somewhere they'd be spending quite a bit of time.
I also want to point out that maybe the ancestor did all this stuff to kill off these 5 to acquire their land and so forth.
Yes, well, that's
rather than making
definitely
himself
a possibility as
invulnerable.
well. Yes.
There were, as I said, before World War II, there were 6 influential families. After World War II, there was just the Lindens.
Did you, by any chance, find the... Did I hear someone say they found the pinky bones that were cut off?
Yes. Oh, yes, by the way, each of these obviously are missing a single digit on their left hand.
Right. I wonder what happens if you restore the pinky bones to the corpses.
Anyone who's got a cult can make an occult roll.
That's not me.
I had already made an occult roll.
You had, I hadn't noticed. Given that, as far as you can tell, Kira gives a more answer. Patrick, as far as you think they're trying to reattach the pinky, the fingers won't do anything because they're just bones and there's no flesh, and obviously it does. They willingly cut them off, so you can't think of any occult reason to do it. Kira
Besides, it's all about the blood.
Yeah, Kira having done had unanalyzed more earlier. Given again the whole cutting off their fingers, that bit of sacrifice on the altar to something that made no sense. Again, you just think it's more hogwash, an absolute bump. It was all mysticism and basically hokum, as it were, just all hogwash and nonsense.
Absolutely useless. Kind of like government.
Basically, yeah.
Then I wonder if they were even successful, and if this just a trick of birth that he looks so much like his ancestor.
No, there's definitely one of the original 6 missing. Patrick has some valid points there. The fact is that they didn't all botch the ritual. They were misled as to what that ritual was going to achieve. It was the one guy led them all to this disaster, and he was probably the only one who actually benefited. The rest of them, as you can see.
So the whole ritual was not bunk, just the part where all 5 of the other 5 were going to obtain mortality. Is that what you?
Yeah,
exactly. He took their mortality to increase his.
Gotcha. Tricky.
Yeah, he sounds like an evil one. Go
Something
take care of
that-
him, Patrick.
Something definitely happened. I mean, dead folks don't usually walk. Well, not that often anyway.
Yeah, I'm all for confronting them.
You've been around long enough. You haven't seen enough yet to really start believing Patrick.
There's so many Savage World settings now. I'm sure the rule has changed, but once upon a time, it wasn't a proper Savage setting if it didn't have zombies in it somewhere.
That's true. Kira, I know there's more to you than meets the eye, and I know there's more to the world than meets the eye, but most magic isn't.
Well, you just
First, we
keep
head back
telling
up to
yourself
Windsor.
that.
All right, shall we go to the library? Shall we hie thee to the library next, then?
Sounds like a plan.
I'll tell you what I shall. I'll tell you what I shall do is I shall be nice and save you having to walk all the way round. I'll just. The rockfall's still there, but just for speed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll just scrape out the top so we can wiggle through.
Exactly. Okay, well, there's an impressive collection of books in here, and where are we? Where are we? The library. There's books in here. They're all about occultism and folklore and all sorts. So anyone who's got occultism or occult or folklore can analyse the books and make some rolls if they so wish.
Have you got a copy of the Beano?
I was hoping research was going to help.
Yeah, it's fine. But I know I gave some people. I can't remember who's got occult and who's got folklore because some people have got a bit of both. So
Kira has both. She
Yeah.
went with the cult, but she's
Well,
looking. This is not just folklore.
I've got a success on occult and a success on research for looking through the books properly.
that's fine. Reg has done some research. Again, the books. These books are basically in the library. They're all it's all about occult rituals and everything else, and basically and folklore and
Wow, an original Aleister Crowley. Science too.
nothing of the sort. Basically, all these books on occult and power and everything else. It's all myth, legend, folklore, and total nonsense.
Kira was looking for something specific. She's looking for the equivalent of a spell book that shows the correct ritual as opposed to the symbols for the incorrect one.
I'm afraid there doesn't appear to be anything along those lines here.
This is all artificial. This is a set, fake doors, fake library, fake people on pages. It's all just a charade.
Hey, Kira, this one's a Midsummer Night's Nightmare. Any friends of yours in here?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm going to have a look behind these bookshelves and see if, or any of these things, see if there's some kind of wall or compartment hidden.
You can indeed spend some time with that, although I will point out that Eliza's getting a little impatient that after you promised to avenge her / bury her, you just seem to be staring at a bunch of books.
I must admit, I'm more interested in carrying her out than anything else, to be perfectly honest.
But
And if
yeah,
Okay, do we need to go and see Lord Finglebottom and sort him out then, do we?
Can we bury her first?
there aren't any
I think
secret
she-
passages behind these books. The only secret
I'd say
passage
that's
is
probably our next step, isn't it not?
I'm going to have to give one for Lord Finglebottom.
Yeah, let's get
We're
her
heading for
buried
the
first.
exit, I think.
I also
gonna
believe
leave
that no one. I also believe that all that for having the most roleplay wrap up after I said congratulations, you completed the adventure. You all decided not to believe me and roleplayed lots of discussions and everything else. I'm going to give everyone an extra Benny, everyone who had one Benny an extra Benny just because I love the fact that you didn't want the adventure to end. So that's absolutely. But we'll get you outside so we can finish. We can you can bury the body and we can all go home. Or am I
We're
messing
going to
with
get
your mind?
revenge.
Obviously, the ghost will follow you. Okay. So it looks like Reg is going first. Right. Reg will be the first to emerge. who will be the second? It looks like Patrick is the second to emerge back into daylight.
Yeah,
I
Reg,
still
you still
think
think
I
the
I said
murder
Reg, I meant
hobo?
Ray. Reg is coming out with the bones, which means that means Eliza's with you.
I still think this whole thing was just he accidentally created something that really did something. It was just a whole here, you're all going to die, and I get to inherit everything.
It looks like then we're going with Javier, which is fine.
No, I think the deaths of the others from the way that ritual was twisted up. While some of it was designed to impress them, it was designed to impress them so that it made him more vulnerable to his
Great.
using it.
What map do I need to be on?
I'll be. You'll be back in the tavern in a minute. I'm just. But I unshared it earlier, so. Right, so we don't need that map anymore. You don't need this, but you need the black. You're back in the Black Rose tavern. It's a bit busy when you get back.
Police officers downstairs. Hello, police officers. What are you doing here?
Okay, so when you get back upstairs, as you all clamber back out and are sort of sorting yourselves out from behind the bar, a well-educated voice that you all recognise goes, "Ah, it seems that the information this young lady informed me about is true, officers. It would appear that these individuals here have been up to nefarious schemes below the ground. Why, I do believe one of them is carrying the remains of a body there." Some of the police seem to they just seem to be just standing
body.
there.
Yeah.
But, at the same time, Lord Kelsey Linden, as you are now deciding to call him, and not who you think he is not the great grandfather of Kelvin Linden, as he professed. At the same time as he says all this, he's holding the young girl Nell very close to him. Cecil and the parents are nowhere to be seen at the moment. He goes,
Didn't we save the parents? We did, didn't we?
"You did. They came. Nell and her parents came upstairs." But I say he's holding the young girl quite tight. He goes, "So, well, come quietly. I wouldn't want any more innocent accidents."
Oh, I'm afraid that there is.
What are you doing with her parents? Where's her parents?
Third girl's parents.
Officer, what has this man done with her parents?
One thing you seem to notice is all of the police seem to have a slightly glazed look. It goes, "Officers, arrest them with as much force as you deem necessary." As if they're all moving at once, all of the police officers draw their truncheons.
Yeah, I'm just going to choke him.
The Ice Age is coming.
Oh dear, look at that. Mr. I'm an incredible bad guy got the Joker. So did Marlowe. Why on earth did he get 3 cards?
Improved level-headed?
I don't know. I'm going to have a look. Yeah, improved level-headed. Well, he's got the Joker, so he's definitely going to go on hold with the Joker bonus. Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Marlowe's got the Joker as well. That might be problematic. That becomes an agility roll-off if he attempts to interrupt someone else on a Joker, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Mr. Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe is also going to go on hold for now. He's kind of at the back of the crowd, so not a lot he can do.
Okay, that brings us to Javier Laxton.
All right. I guess I'm probably going to need to make a run roll.
Don't forget you can move through each other without too much incident.
Yep, I will for sure need to make a run.
Right, you are attempting to charge Lord Kelsey Linden, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And I know I said I want to go there, but I actually want to go there.
That's okay. In which case, that's a problem. He's a bad guy. He won't care. Okay, so basically, you come charging up to Lord Kelsey Linden as you and you're standing right in front of him, as he basically decides to interrupt you. But with a smile on his face, he basically, with a slight wave of his hands, he seems to become enveloped in darkness.
So he's not holding on to Nell anymore as he's waving his hands, yeah?
I want to interrupt his interruption.
Please attempt to interrupt his interruption. That will be an opposed athletics rolls.
There are complications for the complications.
Are you happy with a 7?
I will Benny that once just to see what I can get. Yeah, I think I'll take the 7.
It's probably a good move. I'm going to have to use his agility because he doesn't appear to have an athletics skill. Okay, you get to interrupt his interruption.
Okay, I'm going to run. And I'm going to whack him in the head.
Okay, please run. You interrupt his interruption to run up and whack him in the head. I'm sorry.
This will be a wild attack to the head.
Wild attack to the head, eh? So a cool shot to the head. Go for it. So I put the wild attack in. Just pop the -4 for a cool shot to the head in.
You put the wild attack on Yavier, not.
So I did. I apologise. I shall. Thank you. I shall.
Don't do that to me.
There we go.
It's counterproductive.
A 3 on Lord Kelsey misses. You needed
I
a
will
6.
Spend that Benny.
Wait for the console error.
Well, come on, I know I can do better than that. There we go.
That's going to kick him.
Okay, you hit. Roll for damage, please.
Yeah, baby.
Okay. Fortunately, the cool shot has no effect, but it doesn't matter because it only takes it down to 15. Oh, which takes it down to 1 wound.
Oh, the cold shot doesn't do anything?
He's immune to cold shots.
Because he's a vampire.
However... Oh, he did soak it. Yes, I'm afraid he is immune to cold shots. I'm afraid. So he soaks the damage, therefore he isn't shaken. He successfully he lets go. Well, he lets go of. Well, I say he doesn't need to let go of now. He just flicks. He snaps his left fingers, as it were. It's literally that's all he does. Snaps his fingers. So let's see now. We're going to say that's
even without the +4 damage for the cold shot. That still did 2 wounds.
19 damage minus 4 is 15 damage, which only did 1 wound.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, so what is the cost? 4 power points it cost him, but he's going to do it with +2, so that's 6 power points he spends. He turns, okay, which then I go to here. Basically, anyone adjacent to him is hit by the darkness. So what happens is John Marlowe. Here we go. So John Marlowe is wounded by the damage field, so you can soak it if you want. Javier, I'm afraid, as you go charging in with all these interruptions, you reach him just to envelop yourself in his damage field, which means you are injured just for standing next to him. But you're only shaken. I have images
of him summoning a band from Lowestoft.
And unfortunately, Nell screams in pain and collapses to the floor.
You bastard. Did he kill her?
She's down. She's not necessarily dead, but she is down.
So
oh
now
my God! He killed Nelly.
How do I spend a Benny on that wound? Do I just drag it?
You literally you can literally drag a Benny and drop it on top of the shaken, and it will spend a Benny to remove the shaken, or you can just drop a Benny in the chat window and I'll turn it off manually.
Right, let's try that.
Really? Not shaken.
That worked. Okay, so basically, yeah, so as you come charging in, we've dealt with all the interruptions, so now we can actually deal with your action.
Fantastic.
Okay, so you come charging in. Unfortunately, not in time to. You see Nell collapse to the floor. Some blood sort of coming out of her eyes and ears, as it were, and her mouth as she collapses down. And
Absolutely.
then you basically feel the agony of the as you enveloped in the darkness. However, you hit. How do you hit him on a 5 when his parry is? No, it says you hit him, so you hit him.
It also says that Yabia is very small versus normal size, giving him a +4 to hit.
Why? How on earth is that? His size is 0. Lord Kelsey Linden, very small versus normal. Javier is not. I have no idea what's going on there. I'm not even going to argue with it right now. Especially as it didn't actually add the +4 on, did it?
Isn't it?
I don't know what's going on, but I don't care right now. It's the big bad fight, so as long as we're having fun, we don't mind.
It's the big bad. Oh, I've got 3 bennies.
Basically, you hit him. You thought it was a good hit, but it has no apparent effect. Police Officer 4 comes wading in with his truncheon. Or baton. But they don't have truncheons anymore. I think they're batons. And hits Marlowe. Doing... Shaking Marlowe. Ray.
He's surrounded by a cloud of darkness that makes him harder to hit, or is it just a field of damage?
It's a damage field, yeah. Basically...
He punched him, but it didn't work.
You stand adjacent to him, you'll take damage. I know it's meant to be at the end of turns and all that, but it's easier just as you move in to take it there and then. It's easier to deal with.
Yeah, you stand close by and you hear "I Believe in a Thing Called Love" at really, really high volume.
I'm gonna try with an axe. Throwing an axe at him.
At the meantime, I'm just going to make you feel guilty. I mean, look at her face. You knew you weren't. You can tell when she looked at you, you weren't going to save her. Look at that face.
You're going to save her. One of us is going to heal her once we kill this vampire motherfucker.
Well, I think you need to get her out of the damage field first, because she's going to take damage every round. That's not going to be good for her long term.
Actually, fortunately, you can actually. She is a splat on the floor, so you can move her. Okay.
I didn't think about that, but when she said it was a damage field,
yeah,
it's going to be annoying, I imagine.
Lord Kelsey's been hit with a raise by a throwing axe. My word, 2 wounds. This guy is just being battered by you lot. Really should have put protection on him first, shouldn't I? 1 wound. He takes a wound.
Lovely.
And then I will let you pass my go for me.
I forgot.
I was just about to say that.
Okay. The police officer will come to there. I'm not having him stand over on top. And fails to hit. Javier, you detect a police officer coming in from behind and basically are able to, because you're a martial artist, you're able to block his attack.
Say, do you know who you're swinging your truncheon at?
Patrick James.
Do you know at whom you are swinging your truncheon? Excuse me.
Patrick moves over next to Eliza and
Yes.
tries to get her attention so she's looking him straight in the eyes.
Okay.
And says, "Eliza, that guy over there is the one that killed you, and if we can't stop him, he's going to do the same to that little girl. Now, I know you can go inside bodies and control them. So either you stop him, or you get her moving out of that darkness that's killing her. You can do it, Eliza. You can save her life."
Oh, I've got to give a Betty for that one.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I started crying.
I would like that to be a persuasion roll as a support roll to Eliza's next action, whether it be to try and control Lord Kelsey to stop doing stuff, or to possess Nell so that she can move Nell's body, whichever one.
I've targeted her for you. I actually like the idea because there you go. We're ignoring the setback. It was just how well you know what I mean. Yeah, you basically fine. That's a +1.
That'll do.
Craig, looks like you're up, Craig.
All right. What I would initially want to do, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anymore.
Well, you can still charge.
Walk over these two guys and do a flying kick.
Yeah, go for it. I will put you there for ease of combat trackerness, but yes, theoretically you can be standing between them. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, first, right. What it happens at the end of your turn, so you do get to hit him first.
Or are you going for the push?
Did that hit?
4 probably doesn't get him. I might do actually with the gang ups. Except no, they don't get gang ups because they're all being counteracted.
You're not targeting him.
He's not targeting him. I'm going to target him. Makes my life easier. There we go. 5 hits. Interesting. I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, the gang bonus shouldn't be there, but it is.
It is, but I'm not going to complain.
Why
It is
shouldn't it be?
dramatic. Have you ever played 3rd edition Blood Bowl?
No.
Okay. The reason I ask that is it's a very easy question because if you have, then the answer's tackle zones, and it answers the question. But basically, they changed gang up bonuses, and it's a bit like 3rd edition Blood Bowl. If you're in someone else's tackle zone, you can't provide a gang up bonus, but likewise they can't provide a gang up bonus. So technically speaking, because Police Officer 4 and Police Officer 5 are tackling Marlowe and Lack, do you know what I mean? Everyone should be cancelling out everyone else's gang up bonus. But
that's at 5 my attention, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, shaking characters don't get gang up bonuses, do they?
I'm not going to complain about it anyway because it's cinematic and it's big fights, and I don't care. Do you know what I mean? It's much easier just to accept that Fantasy Grounds is doing something wrong than to sit there and try and manually patch it on the fly. I just because the same rules will apply to everyone, so I don't care. I'm afraid, Craig, you basically come in flying and you basically do nothing. And I'm going to. He's got a very unfair version because again. He's got a very unfair version of damage field, and it hurts you as you end up in his damage field. It's meant to go on the end of his turn, but I'm just saying if you enter it, you're going to take the damage anyway. Just this once, because I'm mean.
Benny needs to get rid of that.
He can, yeah. I just noticed he's only got 1 Benny though, so I feel guilty now.
Bad, evil GM.
Yeah.
In your players.
Actually, yeah, I could have retconned that quite easily. So what I will do is I will actually ignore that Benny wound because actually I got myself confused. I thought I needed to damage Craig to be fair on the others, but the others were all interrupting and then took damage on his action. So I don't actually need to do it that way after all. I'm going to come in here and arrest you, Ray, because you just threw a axe at Lord Lyndon. But he misses.
Is that what he said, is it?
No, it's just me having.
Didn't say anything, he just walked up to me like a zombie, didn't he? He's got a glazed look in his eyes.
He has got a glazed look in his eyes. Ray avoids a truncheon attack, and then this police officer will come round and baton you as well. Missing again. That brings us to Kira Longbower.
Kira's gonna step over here, and I can climb up, but since my pace is 8, if I only go as far as climbing up on the counter, I can see.
Yep.
Now. Yep. And
you can see over the counter anyway.
Okay, now for the rest of you guys, from a rules point of view, I have several options here. I can put Arcane Protection on her to reduce the ongoing damage, or I can put the regular protection on her, and I'm not sure which is better.
Well, the Arcane Protection drove out the ghost, so I wouldn't recommend that.
You've heard what Patrick said to Eliza. And Eliza might be going to possess Nell in order to move her away from the damage effect area.
You could. I'll tell you what you could do. You could use protection with the toughness option on her.
Protection.
Rather than going for armor, you go for go for the what's it called? It's toughness. It costs an extra power point, but instead of giving her armor, it gives her toughness. Or you could, what you could do is, I tell you what you could also do is the damage field's not a bit of metagaming here. The damage field is not going to affect her until Kelsey Linden's next turn. So you could go on hold and see what happens with Eliza, and then if Eliza is, if it goes wrong and Eliza isn't able to move her, then you could still cast Arcane Protection on to protect her from the damage field. You could always do that.
Okay, then I'm gonna do that.
It's a bit of metagaming, but I think that's the way that will work. Okay, looks like Reg is working out his distances.
Yes, so anyway, Reg is going to have to run. Right, 11, because what Reg really wants to do is Reg wants to get to that square there. Running round police officer 5, so be it. So it means getting an attack from the police officer, so be it.
No, it won't, because you and that police officer are not engaged in combat. Therefore, he does not have first strike, and therefore.
Okay, so yeah, then what he wants to do is he's using athletics to push Lord Kingsley away from the little girl.
Okay, go for it.
And
That will be opposed strength checks.
And you get +2 because you've.
Is it not opposed athletics checks?
No, it's strength for a push. But because you move that far, you get a +2 to your roll because you've got motion behind you.
Is it not -2 because I ran?
Well, yeah, but you get the +2 because you ran as well, so it means you don't actually end up with the running penalty.
Right, okay, right. Well, I'm just going to add it, but then what we're going to do is bury that because we have to.
Come on, man. It's a 6.
It's
6.
Yeah, it is a 6.
Bury that again. In fact, is this a test?
Effectively, it is because it's opposed by his strength.
Right. Well, in that case, I'm going to take 2 free rerolls. Or is that a reroll for it being Killer Instincts?
You get a free reroll for Killer Instinct if you got that because it's an opposed roll.
Right. In that case, bend it again. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. A 13.
13, beat a 13, and I'll push you out of your square.
Which you do.
You actually got a 15, so you can push him 2 squares.
Yeah, right up against the wall.
Diagonally back or straight back?
I want him to end up right there.
Okay, you push him back.
Everybody, and I'll
logically,
go with him.
Logically, you have to go with him, don't you? Logically.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I heroically moved the damage field off everybody, including the little girl.
Yes, you certainly do. I'm very impressed by that. Which brings us to Eliza, who will move. Hang on a second. I've just realised. He'll move to there and attempt to possess Nell. Where is it? There. Okay. There. I just need to remove splats. So, oop, crap. There we go. Nell gets. So Eliza vanishes inside Nell, and Nell starts to get up.
Nice. Yay.
Police officer number 6 is going to arrest Marla.
So
Sorry. Yep.
After Nell gets up, she's out of his damage range, right?
Yes.
Because I can't do what I was going to do. Because I would have tried to do healing, but I'd have to get the rest of the way to it.
Well, well, you can move. You can move a bit closer and hope, and obviously shout. I will allow you. You've got however much movement you've got left after you got up to where you got to. So you can move a bit further, and then you can call to Eliza and Nell, can't you?
And they both know me.
Yeah. So you can call to them. Obviously, Nell's unconscious body turns and looks at you. In the meantime, I've wounded. The policeman just comes up and hits Marlowe with a truncheon, wounding him potentially. Actually, no. Yeah, no, Nell's. I'm going to assume that he'd want to soak that because I'm not hearing a response. So I'm going to do it for you. Oh crap!
Excellent. Yeah. That means he takes 2 wounds, isn't it?
No, it just means he can't soak it. He has to take the wound.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
I'm sorry, you weren't here. You didn't answer, so I thought you would have soaked it, wouldn't you?
I would have soaked it, yes, but I wouldn't have crit failed it.
Nice. We're in your not favour.
I don't care, mate.
I know you don't.
I do actually, but that's by the by. Okay, policeman number 5. I'm afraid he's going to have to try and brain you, Kira, because you've just moved up, and he's going to treat that as an offensive act, but he's going to miss. That brings us to Reg, who is still pushing Lord Kelsey Linden. It's all gone very quiet.
It's because we're
Sorry,
hunting
that's me you're
rabbit.
talking to.
I'm talking to you, yes, Reg.
Yeah, so is it me? Is it me?
It is you.
It is me, I'm confused. So what I'm going to do is... I don't think I've got anything that can hurt him. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to restrain you.
You're going to grapple him.
Grapple.
Okay.
So is that just a
That's
fighting
athletics.
check?
That's athletics.
But it's opposed, so you can use killer instinct.
Yes.
I wonder if I should Benny that. Go on, last Benny, go on.
Okay, you have you got the raise on him. I've already, because the system's already rolled it. I'm not going to worry about that too. He is actually bound as you grapple him.
Well, yeah, if they all stay back, if they got ranged attacks, the damage shield will affect them. But yeah, that's me. I'm gonna hold them down and ignore the damage shield.
Did Craig move there? I'm trying to work out how Craig got there. I'm not going to worry.
Did I not take damage from that though?
On his turn, you do.
Right, okay.
Mr. Marlowe, you are no longer shaken.
I'll take you all on. You think you can take me in for more testing? I don't think so.
Okay, to role play. I'll give again. That's your hindrance coming into play. So I'm definitely giving you Benny for your fitting in your hindrances. Go for it.
I'm going to start with the one right in front of me, number 6.
Go for it. You miss. Thanks to that pesky wound I inflicted on you.
Yeah, he caught me in the arm just right now. My swing didn't swing quite like it was supposed to. So
Indeed.
Yeah, that's it.
I think
Just a quick one here. On my one of my edges is level-headed, which means I get two
Yes.
card draws of a card.
Yes.
How do I pick which one?
If you if you want to change, well, you want to pick the worst one of the two.
I'm just does it automatically pick the best one for me? Does it? But I
Yes.
don't get it.
Yeah, apparently I didn't know this. As a player, you don't actually see what cards you got, do you? You got the 6 of diamonds and another card, but it didn't tell me what other your extra card was.
Normally, it just pushes me up the combat tracker, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. I thought maybe there was an option to pick it, but anyway, back to Patrick James.
Realizing that Lord Kelsey has got the police under some kind of mental control, and seems that Ray is holding his own, keeping these two from coming through the bar, Patrick's going to reach out over there and try and disrupt the mental control with confusion, and will clearly make it selective so it doesn't affect any of the friendlies that are over there.
Go for it.
We'll try to get the raise.
Actually, I've got that wrong. You didn't. You only entangled him. You didn't bind him. The 10 was his second roll, which he didn't. He wasn't supposed to get.
So they all need smarts rolls at -2.
If I click the little card button, I can pick which card I've got. Yeah, I see. Okay,
Yes.
right. Excellent.
Okay, because sometimes, because in a chase or something, if you got been dealt a club, you don't necessarily want 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't necessarily want the best card. You know, if there's complications and stuff. Right, you got an 8, so all the police officers failed that. I'll let you affect them while I deal with Lord Kelsey Linden. Lord Kelsey Linden. Oh my word! Because hang on, entangled on a smarts check? No, I don't think so. So Lord Kelsey Linden is not affected. I do not believe being entangled gives you a -2 to your mental defences.
But he's gone from bound to entangled.
Yes, because you didn't get the raise. I was wrong. I saw a 10. You know, you got a free reroll on the grapple. I saw a 10, but the 10 was actually his opposing it a second time, which isn't what was meant to happen.
Right.
So I'm going to move this guy away from Mr. Marlowe, which does mean Mr. Marlowe does get a free attack on him because this guy did.
It's not allowed me to affect any of them other than Police Officer 6, and I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Let me move the combat tracker back up to you, possibly because I moved it off you because I thought it applied to all of them. You'd applied it to all of them when you obviously didn't have a chance.
You do that on damage.
In the first edition Savage Worlds, that would have given you lots of lovely damage bonuses.
That time it just confused me.
That's okay. I'm just doing it back on that because it affects on when it happens, doesn't it? So then, police officer number 4 takes 8 points of damage. Where is he?
That should be number 5. Takes 8 points of damage.
No, it was number 4 that moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, I targeted the wrong guy. My mistake.
It doesn't make any difference. Okay. He is shaken as he moves away. Therefore, I will have to spend a penny to unshake him. And he is still distracted. And I need to basically... No, he doesn't critically fail. That brings us down to Lord Kelsey Linden, who remains shaken. So I will spend a penny to unshake him. That's fine. That's one of my bennies spent. He is entangled, which means... if he's grappled, all he can do is attempt to escape the grapple, isn't it?
No, if he's entangled, he can do other stuff at -2. It's only if you're bound that you can only try to escape.
So it is. In that case...
He just can't move.
While Reg is holding that, Reg should be vulnerable.
Yep, Reg should be vulnerable.
And Reg takes damage from the damage shield if it's still running.
If it's still running at the end of his turn, yep.
Yeah.
So I'm targeting Reg. I am targeting Craig. I am targeting Eliza. I can't see her on the combat tracker. Oh, there she is. I am targeting John, and I'm targeting Javier with a large burst template, which I will
Although he actually can't move, so I don't know if that stops him. Yeah, no, probably not.
That's okay. So area of effect +3 for a large burst template, +4 for selectives. That's another 6 power points. -2 because he's entangled, but I do believe it's going to put that in anyway. If it doesn't, I'll take 2 off the final roll. Yes, it did. Okay, so on a 9, everyone is stunned.
Well, that's bad.
Yeah, the stun effect is nasty.
Did Benny out of stun?
Like a verbal stun. that people do.
Yeah, we still get our vigor rolls.
Is it possible to Benny out of stuns?
They're only stunned if they fail a vigor roll at -2. Successful casting is you got to make a vigor roll at -2 if he casts with a raise.
Yes, I know. I'm just getting more ducks in a row. I was going to point that one out because I was just reading it myself. So everybody who's been affected by the stun gets to make a vigor roll at -2, please.
Don't make it at -2 because the stun effect put on you has already made you distracted.
Good point. Okay, so a D6 -5. No, it'd be -2. Well, 3 doesn't matter, does it?
Sorry, it's a spirit check.
John Marlowe made it.
Vigor
It's
check.
bigger. John Marlowe
Vigor
did make
check.
it.
Marlowe made it.
Reg made it.
Son of a beeswax.
Javier did not make it. He is completely fucked.
Okay, so Reg is not stunned.
Fine, I'm fine.
Is not distracted. Is not
But
prone.
I am vulnerable. I'm
But
vulnerable.
it did just take 4 wounds from the damage field.
Right, okay. Well, I did say I was going to hold on regardless to save the little girl because
Oh God, you've got no bennies left, have you?
I've got no bennies, so take 4 wounds.
Okay, Reg goes down, bleeding out.
Marlowe wasn't stunned either.
Marlowe was not stunned, is not distracted, and is not prone. Okay, Javier is stunned. And he's going to remain stunned.
Poop. So I'm
Please?
at -2.
You're basically unable to act, unfortunately, on stunned. But you can Benny it, can't you? I suppose.
Yeah, because it's still a vigor roll, so you can you can Benny that roll.
Yeah, if you want to spend a Benny, just drop a Benny in the chat, and I'll move the combat tracker back up to you again, just to speed up the. Like so, you see, and you're still stunned. You could spend your last Benny if you want to try and unstun. Oh, just.
Let me see. Yeah.
I've got to finish the fight in 13 minutes, so looks like this one works. You are no longer stunned.
Excellent.
You should still be distracted though, shouldn't you, if you're stunned?
Yes, he should still be distracted.
Yeah, it's only because I moved it up and down to just cheat the vigor roll. It turned it off. Okay, so you are prone, but you can pick yourself back up for 2 inches of movement, and then move. Yep, no problem at all.
So it's 5 to get to there.
It is 5 to get to there.
I'm actually going to make a run roll. You'll see why in a second.
Yep, you run.
I'm prone.
And then I'm going to punch Lord Kelsey in the giblets.
Not the giblets.
Take that prone effect off.
I will take that prone effect off. Yep.
Probably missed, didn't I?
Unfortunately, you did on a because you're distracted and ran, which puts you down to -4. But you miss.
Benny's as well.
So
Yeah,
then I'm going to
sorry.
+2.
Yeah,
I'm going to spend
fair
my
enough.
movement units.
Okay. Although, however, doing that is interesting because basically he does mean he gets a free attack on you. So as you
because I have a trait.
oh, do you have extraction?
I do.
Then it's not even a roll anymore. It guarantees you escape, doesn't it?
Yep, I believe so.
Yep.
By the way, I
right.
don't think he's entangled.
You do the hokey cokey and you punch that guy.
Kelsey's still entangled. Kelsey's still entangled.
But by who? By whom? Reg is killed.
Oh, Reg is no longer entangled. So yeah, that would go down. Yes.
So he loses
Okay,
entangled.
Marlowe is hit by the this. This is turning into a very nasty fight. Okay. Right, police officer is going to attack Ray. Do you know, on paper, on paper, you guys shouldn't be. My dice are evil today.
My dice are, and the initiative rolls are shit as well. Well, they're going first, aren't they?
Police
You'd
officer
all
number
be at the
police officer number 2 collapses to the floor, unconscious. He had a crisis of he actually had a conscious moment. Okay, Kira, up to you.
Go next to
Kira,
me.
that Eliza is handling Nell, and Nell's at least on her feet, and she watched Reg go down, so she goes over there and drops to her knees and.
Yep, you'll be able to heal. Yep, you cast healing on Nell, which will basically bring her back to bring her back to consciousness.
I was.
Sorry, Reg. Oh, Reg. Yeah, that basically removes his incapacitation status, and he's no longer bleeding out.
It also heals a wound because he's got 3 wounds and is incapacitated. Healing heals a wound, which means he's no longer got 3 wounds and therefore can't be incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said that Eliza has got
Nell
on her feet for the moment, but Reg was bleeding.
Oh, actually, I've got that. Yeah, sorry, I should have said actually. Nell actually apparently dropped to the ground because she was stunned as well. Oh no, she never made a vigor check. So let's see if she was actually stunned.
Yeah, so I'm thinking the little girl.
Yeah, Eliza went down, leaving Nell. So Nell's down and Eliza's down. Eliza the stun actually knocks Eliza out of Nell's body.
I could have spent a lot more power points in taking the stun off of everybody, but Reg is bleeding out.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Ray, this fight needs to end in 8 minutes. So come on, Ray. I can't overrun. I thought this would be a short one. I'm not complaining. I've had a blast. Another police officer resisted what hit the compulsion on him and has collapsed to the floor unconscious. Over to you, Ray. What are you going to do?
Knock them 2 out now, and then they've got whatever's. You've softened the game up for us, haven't you?
Actually, no. Right. No, because Lyndon's taking damage, they're getting saving throws to resist his puppet power.
Excellent. Good. I'm going to knock this guy out.
Okay, go for it. No, you're not. Hang on, you had a multi-action turned on. Are you planning to do more?
You have multi-action turned on because I'm going to punch him twice, and then that didn't work, so I'm going to Benny the second attack.
Okay.
I've got to hit him.
Doesn't look like it's planning on happening.
Why is he getting? Oh, you son of a bitch.
Don't think it's happening, mate.
It's not happening. It's definitely not happening.
God, the players' dice today have been horrifically bat-roaring. Okay, I'm afraid, Craig, you're still stunned as well. You can spend a penny and attempt another vigor check. But you are distracted still at the moment, so go for it.
Alright, so I use a penny and what happened?
You just had to double... if you double-click vigor... I've never had a stun work so effectively before. Yep, you're fine. I don't care that you're meant to have a -2... Actually, no, I don't care that you haven't got a -2 penalty anymore, so that's absolutely fine. I don't know what happened there, but I'm not going to argue with it. No, you are not stunned. I just watched you recover. There we go. Over to you, sir. You stand up.
I see him knocking everybody down on their asses and everything. Can I like pile onto him and put him on the ground?
Yep. If you if you want to grapple him, it's athletics. Although bearing in mind, Reg did that and he didn't do too well out of it. But yeah, just make an athletics roll.
If I should be better off grappling or just swinging at him again?
Well, grappling him is basically is an athletics. You just rugby tackle him.
Well, finish to that though. Does it restrain him any?
I
or-
thought-
You can push him to knock him
Something
prone,
stab
Johnny.
him.
Yeah, so basically it's an opposed roll. So you make an athletics check, he makes an athletics check, although it will use agility because obviously I'm not complaining because it's the same. And if you win, you basically entangle him. If you get the raise, you basically pin him, and he counts as bound and cannot do any action except escape.
Go for that then.
So you got a 7. Oh, look at that! He critically fails. Do you know what? Do you know what? I'm going to let you have that. So basically, do you want to distract him and make him vulnerable? So you got a choice. You can either distract him or make him vulnerable. Vulnerable gets you a +2 bonus against him. Distracted means everything he does is at -2. Your choice.
The +2 one.
The +2 one. Okay, so you make him vulnerable. Now, even though you were actually doing it as a grapple, I just love the fact that you got the seize the moment roll. So I'm just going to, for purely, you just grab him when he doesn't expect it. You powell him to the ground. He now counts as bound. You now get another action, or you can go and hold. So you can apply your strength as damage to him as you're just basically trying to pin him.
You put bound in the wrong token.
Did I? So I did.
Or am I using a strength roll or a damage like an unarmed?
It will be your unarmed combat damage, as you're literally putting a pin on him and literally trying to get him to submit, as it were.
The actual roll or just the damage?
The actual damage roll. It's automatic damage. I'm afraid that won't do much, but he is down, and basically he's going to be he can't do anything because you've got him on the ground. But I just love the idea that seize the moment, giving you a chance to get a free damage on him. Okay, police officer number 4 makes his spirit check and collapses to the floor unconscious. Patrick James. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
I shouldn't be distracted and vulnerable because I didn't confuse myself.
You must have had yourself targeted, didn't you?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yep.
I'm going to go over to this police officer that Ray is kind of trading body punches with and nothing's happening. And I'm just going to put a gentle hand on the police officer's shoulder and say, "Snap out of it, officer. You're an Englishman. You can do this." And that's a support to his role to snap out of the.
Okay, make a
the
persuasion check.
And French, you elderberry.
That's a +2 then.
Yeah, I don't think I'll bother with my re-roll on that one.
No, I don't think so either. Especially if it critically fails. Reg, you remain shaken. But you can move.
Oh, bugger, I can't. I was going to try and intimidate him. Still can't take an action, can I?
You can only perform 3 actions, which is talking and moving.
What
you
about
could-
using an item like drinking from a bottle?
Sounds like a free action. It's ready.
Sounds like
and
a free
writing, isn't
action.
Like, I will drink a bottle of vodka.
Okay. Do you wish to move out of his damage field?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Moving and drinking at the same time.
Yeah,
he's an
you
accomplished
basically
drinker.
no. He literally drags himself across the floor and then stops to have a drink. Okay.
So on the
sorry.
on the character sheet, it applies liquid courage.
Okay. Oh, I thought I had liquid courage set up as a function.
No, you don't, but it's in the character description.
I think the effect's on the edge.
Liquid courage. Yeah, there we go. So that will be okay. So then the police officer gets a +2 bonus to recover from your with your help with your persuasion. Where's spirit? Where's his spirit? Which is successful. He collapses to the floor unconscious. Right, Lord Kelsey Linden.
Patrick at that point will then, as the police officer collapses to the ground, smile at Ray and gesture to the gap in the bar in a off you go kind of a motion.
Okay, Lord Kelsey
I've got to recover
Linden.
my axe. Yeah.
Lord Kelsey Linden attempts to break free of your pinning action, Craig. He got a 6. You need to equal or beat a 6 with your athletics to keep hold of him.
Did you just skip Yavia's action?
Yes. Xavier first, then. Sorry, ignore everything I just said.
That's fine. I am going to move forward too.
Okay.
I'm going to target LK.
Ironically, you had him targeted already, so you just untargeted him, but he's targeted again. Go for it.
And then I am going to do a wild attack. Because he has really pissed me off. And I want to
We need to kill him. He's annoying.
in pain.
What I meant to do with them 2 coppers was do wild attack as well, which I forgot to do. Only
Okay,
one
let's hit
copper.
with a raise.
There we go.
Oh,
That's a wound. Okay, unfortunately, due to tide benefits, he's run out of bennies. Okay.
And then I'm going to take 3 steps back.
Okay, so yeah, be my guest because you can move freely now without affecting his damage field.
I was hoping somebody was going to hold him down so they could stab him with a chair leg through the heart.
Well,
That'd do it.
Craig's still got him bound, and
That's what we're going to do. As soon as he goes
Yeah.
down, I'm going to put that chair on
He's
his
down at the moment, yeah.
yeah,
sit on the chair.
Okay. So he is down at the moment because Craig's still got him bound up. So Lord Lindsay did successfully unshake, which therefore means I'm going to still keep the 6 he got to attempt to break free of Craig. Craig, you need a 6 or better to keep him bound.
No pressure.
But I think we've lost Craig. Have we lost Craig?
Daniel, are you there?
I've got to roll it then. He's got no bennies left, so I've got back. Oh, go on. I'll take your roll. You rolled at the same time, and your roll's better. So, oh no, that's his roll. Okay, so he is no longer bound, but he is still entangled. He's starting to break. He's starting to break free from Craig's pinning. Ray Moorcroft. Oh, hang on. Sorry, damage field time.
Yeah,
Craig gets hit by the damage field, which doesn't hurt him. Okay, Ray Moorcroft. Come on. Put him down, or
Ray Moorcroft.
put him down, or I'm actually going to do the unthinkable and let Mr. Big Bad escape at the end of the round for a sequel.
Might do a run to get up close range.
Okay, 6 gets you to there. Oh yeah, you could literally get through. You could walk through allies. So you can't.
I'm gonna take a knife to him.
Yeah, but you get to there. Go on then.
Yeah, right. Son of a bitch. I'm going to do wild attack as well. I can do that myself, can't I? Do I add the effect to myself?
Yeah, you could do. Yes, you can, but I'll do it for you. There's a wild attack.
I've got 2 wild attacks. Oh, right, okay, done it. All right.
I love the way you all think he's a vampire, but anyway, that's by the by.
It doesn't matter. He's like a vampire, even if he's not a vampire. I'm just going to try and kill the son of a bitch. I'm not going to aim shot because it doesn't
Or a
work.
mummy.
The Earl is...
Oh, look at that. Double 6s. Right, now we need some double 6s on the damage now.
Okay, go on, hit with a raise, hit with a raise. I will. That's a wound! That's a wound! That takes him up to 3 wounds. He's nearly down. He's nearly down. The Lord Kelsey Linden is looking very beaten up. He's not really bleeding much, but anyway. Are you... Well, I'm going to move on because time's against me. Police
Yeah, we
officer...
both moved on and we skipped from police officer to Eliza.
Oh, that's a shame. He's obviously automatically made it. Eliza has recovered from being stunned. So she is actually going to stand up. Oh, no, she's going to stand on the red. She's going to stand up. She grabs an ashtray. She grabs an ashtray off the table she's at. I know they don't have ashtrays in English pubs anymore, but this pub does, and throws it at Lord Kelsey Linden, but misses. Craig Rankins.
Those are loaded ashtrays. Get something. Wait.
It was a ketchup bottle.
I'm afraid you've still got him pinned down, but I'm afraid you're not doing much on him. But the point is, while you've still got him held down, everyone else is making it easier on everyone else. Kira. Nell is unconscious but appears to be okay.
Yeah, and she realizes that she's not. There's too many people here that are vulnerable until she, this guy's standing on his feet. Suddenly, Kuvorn appears in her hand.
Okie dokie.
Where does she get that fabulous sword?
She's a hobbit.
That's a hit. As you bring down the silver scimitar and you hit him, Lord Kelsey. His eyes widen in shock as he sees you.
Yes.
As he sees the scimitar appear, and basically, as you predicted, as your scimitar slices into Lord Kelsey Linden, his desiccated corpse expires.
Shrivels up to very old very quickly.
Disappear?
At which point, literally, it does the whole Indiana Jones temple, Last Crusade, very fast aging. Yeah, literally turns to dust and blows away. Congratulations, you have survived the day. Barely, actually, compared
evidence.
to some of us.
Yay, us.
I hope you enjoyed that, guys. As I say, that was mine.
What did the police officers do when they come around?
Well, that will be an interesting conversation you'll have with them. But we'll leave.
That all depends on whether or not Kev is removing the object reading power from Patrick and replacing it with the only other sensible power for him to have, which is mind wipe.
Object reading's quite
Mind
interesting.
wipe the police and then get them all drunk, and then they'll think they just had a really bad hangover.
Yeah, Kev took away mind reading because it spoiled the game and replaced it with object reading instead.
Yeah.
Object reading, I have less of an issue with it because it just tells you what things happen, so it's not a problem. Well, anyway, I hope you enjoyed that, guys. I'm
very much.
I had a blast. You guys were brilliant. When are we? Now the next one is on the 22nd of May. That one you do want to get in and book your spots on, because I'm doing a playtest run through, and I know Patrick, you're not going to make it. Tavis,
I will not be there yet.
Is going to be playtesting an unreleased Savage Worlds Adventure. Is it for the Kickstarter?
It is one from the Kickstarter. Alan has run it before because it was actually the very first thing he wrote that turned into Section D.
Yeah.
But it is part of a trilogy that's coming out with the Kickstarter.
Yeah. So there was a Secret Files of Section D Kickstarter on the 22nd. Better latte than never, I believe it is called.
Or is that Kickstarter done? Or?
The Kickstarter ended a while back. Yes.
But I'm sure I can have a word with Alan if you wanted to late pledge.
I'll let someone give a quick summary of what the adventure's about while I go next door, and I'll be straight back. But I haven't got long.
Secret Files of Section D it's basically a just slightly pre-World War II through to the end of World War II. Section D were actually a part of the British Secret Service doing undercover missions, but this is set in a world where Nazi super science is real, mummies are real, artifacts hidden under the sands of Egypt are real, and there are megalomaniacs and magic and all kinds of other things as well. It's a sort of a two-fisted pulp.
I always loved that.
30s, 40s.
Yeah, that's always fun.
And
Kickstarter was that then?
well, that was the Secret Files of Section D Kickstarter. One of the guys that IGM for has written it. He's written the Secret Files of Section D. I'm doing an adventure path thing for it, which some people have played in. Some people here have played in the first 3 adventures of the Project Moreau, which is some adventures that have come through with the Kickstarter as well.
I get to still play Anya, right?
I'm sure Anya will be one of the characters that's available to play. Yeah.
Yeah. So as I
License
say,
to thrill and always carry a loaded pun.
Absolutely, definitely carry a loaded pun.
License to thrill and carry a loaded pun. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed it, guys. By all means, feel free to hang around and chat if you want to. But I need to poodle off because I'm already 6 minutes over my allotted time. But I had a blast and I enjoyed it very much. I'll hopefully see you guys on the 22nd for Secret Files. This one I say book in because there will be a limited number of player characters, and it will be first come first nav, to be honest. And I haven't even there's going to be an update of the adventure, and I've got to port it into Fantasy Grounds, so I've got a fortnight to do that, so it should be okay. Then on the 5th of June. We are going to start what may be. There'll be connected adventures, which will be basically we're going to Rippers, but I'm going to basically take the Nordics role-playing game about the Fae and all that called Vaesen, or Vaesen, Vaesen, and I'm basically going to use that as the basis for a sort of Nordics Ripper campaign. So we'll have a few Nordics Rippers through June and possibly a bit of July. So we'll see you then, and very, very soon when I finish the after, when my Tuesday nights finish the after, we'll be play testing my first adaptation of the Pathfinder module. So I'll stream that one that one will be streamed. I don't normally stream on a Tuesday, but we will stream on that one as well. So I'm streaming more often. But thanks very much, guys, and
thanks, Kev.
See you Tuesday, or see you tomorrow for Sprawl Runners, or see you in a fortnight for another Tale from the Savage World. Thanks very much, guys. Bye now.
If you want to have a look at Section D